Chapter 189. After a long time, the curtain of the inner palace moved and two gold core maids walked out. Ning Fan followed them into the palace while Mo Yun hurriedly excused himself. He did not dare to face the tower master. Before he left, he transmitted his voice to Ning Fan to express his goodwill. Do not look at the tower master for more than 3 breaths. Praise the tower master's legs, she will be happy. If you really anger the tower master, you need to find an excuse to leave immediately. Do not stay any longer, or else if the tower master keeps you as a maid, do not agree or you will be cut off. Mo Yun's advice echoed in Ning Fan's mind and he frowned. This so-called tower master was really hard to serve. Ning Fan felt a trace of gratitude towards Mo Yun. If it was not for his advice, he would have violated many taboos and would have been cut into pieces by the tower master or cut off. That item was the essence of Ning Fan's yin-yang transformation. Without it, he would no longer need to dual cultivate. Entering the palace. Inside the palace, the floor was filled with crystals and immortal jades. The jade throne was covered with sable fur. A girl in red was sitting on the throne with a red whip in her hand. Behind her were several gold core maids. She had a small oval face, delicate and pretty, but her eyes were cold. Her hair was coiled into a dragon bun and the fringe on her forehead was neat and tidy. She wore a red robe on top and a very short skirt on the bottom. One leg was lazily crossed over the other. She did not wear stockings but dark red stockings with red embroidered shoes. It was the first time Ning Fan had seen such an outfit in his life, but it fit the petite body of the girl perfectly. If this girl lacked the cold baleful qi in her eyes, she would look more like a princess of a cultivation country. 2 breaths Ning Fan shifted his gaze and cupped his fists before the 3rd breath. Junior Zhou Ming greets Pagoda Master. The maids secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Ning Fan shifted his gaze before the 3rd breath and did not violate the taboo of their mistress. However, the girl gave Ning Fan a sidelong glance and the coldness in her eyes did not diminish. Am I that old? Who asked you to call me Junior and call me Tower Master? Call me Miss Bei. Let's do it again. Rogue cultivator Zhou Ming greets Miss Bei. Ning Fan was neither servile nor overbearing. The girl frowned and the coldness in her eyes turned into a blood-red color and rushed towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed, but he did not resist after sensing that the girl was only testing him. The killing intent circled around his body for 5 times before dispersing. The killing intent circled around his body for 5 times before dispersing. I heard from Mo Yun that you possess a 4th revolution pill refinement technique, then, it should be 5th revolution. So it is 5th revolution. All of you can leave. As soon as the young lady gave the order, the group of maids retreated. She hooked her little finger and walked towards the palace, signaling Ning Fan to follow her. Along the way, Ning Fan did not look at the young lady again. After walking for an unknown period of time, the two of them entered a stone room at the end of the path. Ning Fan's eyes flashed as he pushed the door open. In the room was a 1,000 zhang fire pit. The fire in the pit was flickering with green flames and there was a vague shadow of a green phoenix. It was the earth vein demonic flame, green phoenix flame. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. The room was a 1,000 zhang fire pit. The fire in the pit was flickering with green flames and the shadow of a green phoenix could be vaguely seen. It was the earth vein demonic flame, green phoenix flame. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. This demonic flame had developed intelligence. Moreover, this green phoenix had the strength of an early nascent soul realm cultivator. But before the phoenix could fly out, the girl's eyes turned cold and stepped into the fire pit. That delicate foot of hers dispersed the nascent soul realm phoenix shadow with just 1 step. Humph! A mere fire demon dares to provoke me? The green phoenix flame seemed to be afraid and did not dare to escape. Ning Fan once again felt the brutality and tyranny of the girl. His heart was slightly suspicious. Could it be that the girl brought him to the earth fire stone room to concoct a fifth revolution pill with the earth fire? If that's the case, how much time would it take? The girl casually took out a light red fragrance pouch and threw it to Ning Fan. There were 10 types of 5,000 years old spiritual herbs in it. Choose 3 spiritual herbs and use the earth fire to refine them. If you can do it, I will acknowledge your identity as a 5th revolution pill master. I will allow you to enter the 5th floor of the Lost World Tower. Only refine the herbs. What else? Do you want me to watch you concoct a complete 5th revolution pill step by step? I don't have a few years to waste with you. Let me remind you, I will not give you a pill cauldron. I will need your spirit intent cauldron. If you are not a 5th revolution pill master, you will be considered as deceiving me and I will kill you. The girl said impatiently. Divine will forming cauldron. All right. Ning Fan agreed readily. There were 3 steps to concoct a pill. Melting the spiritual herbs, fusing the medicinal power and controlling the fire to form the pill. If it was only the first step, using the earth vein demonic fire to melt the spiritual herbs would only take half the effort and twice the result. Choosing 3 out of 10 spiritual herbs was secretly testing Ning Fan's ability to identify spiritual herbs. Using the earth vein demonic fire to concoct pills tested Ning Fan's ability to control the fire. Not giving him a cauldron. A 5th revolution pill master could use the spirit intent cauldron to concoct pills. This way, the quality of the pills would be better. If he couldn't do this, he wouldn't be considered as a 5th revolution pill master. 3 days. I will only wait for 3 days. The girl sat beside the fire pit. Her red legs were swaying in the flames. Even a spirit-severing realm cultivator would have to retreat from the earth vein demonic fire. However, it couldn't hurt her. This girl was very strong. Unless Ning Fan played dirty, he wouldn't be a match for this girl right now. He no longer spoke. His 5 fingers formed into a claw and clawed at the sky. Immediately, the continuous rain intent turned into an illusory rain cauldron. It wasn't stable and seemed like it would explode at any time. After all, Ning Fan's true cultivation base was only at the harmonious spirit realm. If he wanted to use his spirit intent to control the cauldron, it would consume too much of his magical power. 8th grade divine intent of rain. In the 4 heavens, you are very ordinary. But in the rain world, it seems to be not bad. The girl was as calm as an ancient well. As for Ning Fan, he didn't have the mood to answer her. The 3 spiritual herbs he chose had the weakest medicinal power and were the easiest to refine. The girl didn't seem to understand, but she nodded her head repeatedly. Her legs swayed leisurely as she muttered to herself beside the fire pit. 10 spiritual herbs. The oldest is 5,500 years old and the youngest is 4,800 years old. You have chosen 3 4,800 years old spiritual herbs. To be able to recognize the age of spiritual herbs so clearly shows that your pill Tao isn't weak. However, your realm is too low. You are only at the harmonious spirit realm. You won't last 3 days. Yes, Ning Fan's magical power was far from enough to last 3 days. But since he was already here, it was impossible for him to retreat. On the first day, Ning Fan melted the first medicine. On the second day, Ning Fan melted the second medicine. Under the cover of the flames, Ning Fan's face was pale and the rain cauldron was swaying. On the third day, Ning Fan was about to completely melt the third medicine. But at this moment, his magical power was exhausted. The rain cauldron shattered. The medicinal liquid spilled everywhere. This is a failure. You are still not a qualified 5th revolution pill master. The girl gave an indifferent evaluation. It's not over yet. Black current spirit splitting technique. Ning Fan used his spirit sense recklessly and felt a pain in his sea of consciousness. He almost fainted, but the ruthlessness in his eyes became stronger. The black spirit sense enveloped all the scattered medicinal liquids and turned them into a spirit sense cauldron. Under the heat of the earth fire, the third spiritual herb was completely melted. Ning Fan waved his hand and took out 3 jade bottles. He poured the 3 medicinal liquids into them and handed them over to the girl. The 3 medicinal liquids have been melted. Fortunately, I didn't fail you. After receiving the 3 warm jade bottles, the girl's eyes trembled for the first time. Sword sense. Your divine will cauldron shattered and your sword sense turned into a cauldron. This is considered cheating. So, you are not qualified. However, I will spare your life. You can enter the 4th floor of the Lost World Tower. Ning Fan was silent. If he used the Dan fragmentation cauldron, he could barely concoct low-grade 5th revolution pills. However, it was still too early for him to use the divine will cauldron. The 4th floor, huh? He had no other choice. The girl stood up from the fire pit. Her eyes moved and an arc appeared on her cold face. Her left embroidered shoe trembled slightly. The moment she stood up, the embroidered shoe fell into the sea of fire. Before this shoe turns into ashes, help me pick it up and I will give you a chance to enter the 5th floor. Oh. It's just a small matter. Ning Fan was slightly startled. He immediately leaped into the sea of fire. Although the earth vein demonic flame was powerful, he was not afraid of it due to the yin-yang locket. On the other hand, the azure phoenix flame that had a slight spiritual nature felt danger from Ning Fan and quickly split into 2. He reached out his hand and caught the embroidered shoe. Then, he stepped on the air and returned to the fire pit. Even his long hair was not burnt at all. Oh. Not bad. The girl praised softly. However, her cold face turned upward. Her delicate face slightly hooked into an arc as she lifted her left leg in front of Ning Fan's. Help me put on the embroidered shoe. As soon as she finished speaking, she gently lifted her foot and swung it in front of Ning Fan. Put on the shoe. This seems to be different from what Miss Bei said before. Ning Fan frowned. He couldn't figure out the girl's thoughts. You can treat it as the second part of the mission I'm giving you. Or do you think it's too humiliating to put on the shoe for me? The girl's eyes flashed with killing intent. Her mood fluctuated. Humiliation or test? Ning Fan sighed. The girl in front of him was really hard to please. He lowered his body and tried his best to put on the shoe for her without touching her feet. However, this girl could still rub her feet on Ning Fan's hand. If it was a tease, then her expression was too cold. There was no romantic atmosphere at all. After putting on the shoe, Ning Fan took 5 steps back and cupped his fists at the girl. Miss Bei, are you satisfied now? Yes, I'm satisfied. This is the badge of your 5th revolution pill mastery in the Lost World Palace. As for the registration, I will send someone to handle it later. You can leave now. With this badge, you can enter the 5th floor of the Lost World Tower and enjoy a 40% discount. According to the rules of the Lost World Palace, no one will know about your identity as a 5th revolution pill master. You don't have to worry about this. If that's the case, I will take my leave. Ning Fan calmly cupped his fists and left. After he left, the girl closed the stone door and asked indifferently. Sherbing, how is this person? Without any warning, a stone man appeared in front of the girl. His eyes were hollow but he had the chi of a spirit-severing realm cultivator. Miss Xiao Man, this person seems to have a treasure that can deceive the heavens. I can't see through it, but it should be an immemorial devil vein. However, it's not the kind that you are looking for. The descendants of the godly void pavilion have found a few types of fiend god devil veins and given them the quota of the 9 worlds. Is that so? Since this person is useless to us, then let's forget about it. Perhaps I am overthinking, but this person is very interesting. Even with inferior evil veins, he could still become a 5th Revolution Dan Master. Bing, report the changes in his heartbeat. Yes. When this person entered the palace, his heartbeat was once every 10 breaths. It was not much different from an ordinary half-step gold core realm cultivator. When he saw young Miss's beautiful face, this person's heart rate was still once every 10 breaths of time. When young Miss used the profound Een Kil Gue to test him, this person's heart rate didn't move at all. It was still once every 10 breaths of time. When the concoction failed, this person's heart rate was still once every 10 breaths of time. When young Miss promised to let him enter the 5th floor, his heart rate was still once every 10 breaths of time. Oh. Interesting. This person's mind is so calm. He is not tempted by beauty, not afraid of killing intent, not arrogant in victory and not discouraged in defeat. However, I don't believe that his heart is still as hard as stone when I touch him with my feet. Just as young lady expected, when young lady used your leg to seduce him, with young lady's alluring beauty, his heart would naturally be moved. Otherwise, he wouldn't be considered a man. However, even at that time, his heart rate only increased to 1 beat per 9 breaths. There wasn't much change. On the contrary, young lady, me. What's wrong with me? On the other hand, when Miss had physical contact with this person, your heartbeat almost doubled. Could it be that Miss is interested in this person? Humph. Don't talk nonsense. The girl's eyes were filled with killing intent. She slapped the stone soldier with her palm. However, after a moment, the stone soldier reformed and bowed to her before turning invisible again. It's my first time seeing a man with a heart as hard as stone. After he forms his gold core, I'll officially take him as my servant. The girl named Bei Xiaoman's cold and indifferent face flashed with blood-red light. The Gue star killing intent has been slightly aroused. My blood is boiling. This feeling is really unbearable. Next, I'll look for some unlucky people and kill them. The girl's figure flashed and no one knew where she was going to kill. However, all of this had nothing to do with Ning Fan. With the 5th Revolution badge, he entered the Lost World Palace without any obstruction and was secretly received by a spirit-severing realm old monster. Little friend, you're a 5th Revolution pill master with a harmonious spirit realm cultivation base. This old man has never seen such aptitude in my life. The early spirit-severing realm old monster who was in charge of the Lost World Palace was a silver-robed old man. His name was Lu Qing. His robe was filled with dense medicinal qi. He was also a 5th Revolution pill master. Senior Lu is overpraising me. This junior wishes to cultivate in the 5th floor of the Lost World Tower for 10 years. 10 years? Hee hee. Little friend, as a 5th Revolution pill master, you can enjoy a 40% discount. The total is 76 million immortal jades. After paying the immortal jades, you can enter the 5th floor to cultivate. There is a world of your own inside the tower. Once you enter the Lost World Tower, you will have a world that belongs to you. You don't need to worry about anything. However, there are 2 flaws in this tower. I'd like to hear the details. Firstly, this pagoda cannot increase one's lifespan. Once it's open for 10 years, it will be 320 years. You can't leave until the end. In other words, if you're unable to form your gold core, you might die in the pagoda. As for us, we can only retrieve your remains when the time is up. Of course, the Lost World Palace will bear the cost of the immortal jade for your burial. If you wish to return to your hometown, you can inform your friends and relatives to pick you up. Alternatively, you can leave your hometown in the Lost World Palace. Depending on the distance, we'll charge you the burial fee. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Lu. However, this junior believes that I won't fail to form my core. So, there's no need for me to worry about my funeral. Ning Fan smiled. The service provided by the Lost World Palace was really considerate. They even considered the funeral of a cultivator. To the cultivators of this era, returning one's remains to one's hometown was a great significance. It was a kind of happiness to be buried in one's hometown. Hee hee. Little friend, you seem to be very confident. It seems like I've said too much. Secondly, the Lost World Tower is not able to open the heavenly dwelling magical treasure. The storage pouch is an exception. In other words, if you want to bring your cauldron into the tower to cultivate, you won't be able to summon it even if you bring it in. Moreover, the time in the heavenly dwelling space will not be affected by the power of the tower. Oh. Is there such a thing? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to pluck at will in the tower. He could only deal with the two nascent soul realm female demons after he leaves the tower. That's right. If the heavenly dwelling magical treasure can bring people in, it would be a great loss for the Lost World Palace to spend one person's money to let countless people cultivate. In that case, I'll send someone to bring you into the tower after you make some preparations. 3 days later, Ning Fan appeared in a place with picturesque scenery. This vast and boundless world was filled with abundant spiritual qi. Moreover, it was only prepared for him alone. There would be no killing or investigation. There would only be cultivation. After 320 years, he would establish his heavenly dwelling and form his core here. Chapter 190. The grass was long and the nightingales were fluttering in the air. The willows drooped down from the shore. Ning Fan opened up a cave on a spiritual mountain beside a beautiful river. The anticipation he had been looking forward to all this time had turned into calmness at this moment. Core formation, core formation. With the help of numerous supreme treasures, his success rate in forming his core had long since approached 100%. He had the confidence to cut down his inner demons. After the madness, a rebellious will was born. Why would he fear inner demons? 320 years. Core formation should only take a few decades, or at most 100 years. All that remained after core formation was to take a large step forward in cultivation. However, before breaking through the bottleneck of core formation, the first thing to do was to heal. Spirit Severing Realm Demon General, Demon Sealing Palace Devil Cultivator, Endless Sea Teleportation. Ning Fan's injuries were too severe. Otherwise, even if his magic power was insufficient, he should be able to form a cauldron with his spirit intent and smelt 3 types of spiritual herbs during Bei Xiaoman's test. If he didn't recover from his injuries, his chances of reaching core formation would be affected. For 10 years, he sat upright in his immortal's cave, as if he was meditating in solitude. His physical injuries healed, and even his shattered spiritual sea recovered under the nourishment of countless pills. In fact, even after 10 years of recuperation, his cultivation level did not rise, but his magic power grew by a lot. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a 3 chi long black jade ruler. The ruler's name was the Sky Measuring Ruler. It was an imitation of a certain type of immortal treasure from the 4 heavens immortal realm. Every cultivator who entered the tower would receive a jade ruler after spending more than 1,000,000 immortal jades. With this ruler, cultivators could measure their own magic power and know how fast their magic power was growing. To ordinary cultivators, the higher their cultivation realm was, the stronger their magic power would be. However, there were also exceptions such as Ning Fan. Even though he was only a half-step gold core realm expert, his magic power was comparable to a peak early gold core realm cultivator after fusing his magic power with his demonic power. Of course, magical power and cultivation realm couldn't be linked to combat strength. Ning Fan, a descendant of an immemorial fiend god, could fight against an ordinary cultivator with a higher cultivation realm. He held the heaven measuring ruler in his hand. Ning Fan stared at the scale on it and remained silent. After circulating his transcendence energy, 6 scales lit up on the heaven measuring ruler. This was the 6 Jia, transcendence energy. When he even used his demonic power, his magical power immediately turned into 9 armors. Jia was the unit of magical power used by cultivators above the Golden Core stage. This armor was not the armor of A and B. Instead, it was the armor of 60 years. 60 years is 60 years. 1 unit of magic power is the total amount of magic power a normal cultivator would have after cultivating for 60 years in a low-level cultivation country. To break through to the early stage of Golden Core, one needed to have 5 units of magical power, 10 units for the middle stage, 15 units for the late stage, and 20 units for the peak stage. The fusion of Ning Fan's magic power and demon power gave him 9 units of magic power. He was not far from the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. However, compared to nascent soul cultivators, they were worlds apart. Breaking through to early stage nascent soul required 50 units of magic power. A normal cultivator in a low-ranked cultivation country would need to cultivate for 3,000 years to get this much magic power if they didn't have the luck. However, Golden Core cultivators could only live for 1,000 years. Therefore, aptitude and the density of spiritual energy determine the end of a cultivator's cultivation. On the other hand, cultivators without any aptitude would yearn for opportunities to increase their magic power. After reaching the nascent soul realm, a cultivator's dharma power would increase exponentially. A mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Their magic power would definitely be above 100 units. For late-stage grand cultivators, 300 units. For peak-stage grand cultivators, 1,500 units. In other words, the magic power of a great cultivator. It was the total magic power of 300 early-stage Gold Core realm cultivators. This was the difference between nascent soul realm and Gold Core realm. If a peak nascent soul realm cultivator wants to break through to the divine transformation realm, he would need 10,000 units of magic power. Magic power would increase every day. However, it was hard for cultivators to sense the speed of their growth. With the heaven measuring ruler, he could tell the progress of his magic power every day from the changes of the scale on it. He patted his storage pouch and took out several items. The virgin blood of the ladies of Song country that he obtained from the Camellia Demonis. The cultivation pill that he obtained from Hu Fengzi, the old ancestor of the Hu clan. The third revolution pill, Golden Dawn pill, could increase the success rate of core formation. 2 mid-stage and peak-stage Golden Core Dao fruits. And 9 Min Luo fruits. These items could not only help him form his core, but also help his cultivation base to skyrocket. However, it was still not the time for him to consume heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In order to form his core, Ning Fan must put in a lot of effort to perfect his cultivation method. Black Demon Art, peak of the 2nd level. Snow Treading Art, peak of the 2nd level. Yin Yang Transformation, 3rd realm of the 1st level. Camellia Scripture, peak of the 2nd level. Colossal Bone Secret Art, 4th realm of the 3rd level. The higher one's cultivation method was, the higher their combat power would be. The quantity would not change but the quality would change. Besides, other than the special way to improve the yin-yang transformation, all other cultivation methods could be improved through bitter cultivation. He circulated his dermic powers, inhaled and exhaled repeatedly. 50 years passed in boredom. Ning Fan's cultivation methods improved one after another. Black Demon Art and Snow Treading Art broke through to the peak of the 3rd level. Camellia Scripture, peak of the 3rd level. Colossal Bone Secret Art, peak of the 3rd level. The cultivation of the Colossal Bone Secret Art required the Burning Blood pill. After consuming the pill, Ning Fan could freely vent his killing intent in this world, destroying mountains and rivers. Everything that was destroyed would turn into mist in no time. Currently, when he held the heaven measuring ruler, his magic power was already 8 units. In addition to the 3 units of demon power, his total magic power was 11 units. His magic power had exceeded the mid-gold core realm by 1 unit. On the 60th year since he entered the Lost World Tower, he officially began to break through the bottleneck of the gold core realm. After consuming the virgin blood of dozens of Song country's female cultivators, he refined it. The cultivation method of yin-yang transformation broke through to the 6th level of the 1st level. After refining the virgin blood, his magic power reached 10 units. Without adding demon power, it was already at the mid-gold core realm. He held the cultivation pill in his hand and remained silent. He had fulfilled his promise to Hu Fengzi. Now, he was qualified to consume this cultivation pill. Consume it and refine it. His magic power broke through to 12 units. 2 Dao fruits, one was mid-gold core realm while the other was peak gold core realm. It contained the lifetime cultivation of 2 gold core realm cultivators. Rumor has it that cultivators below harmonious spirit realm could form their core in one step after consuming the Dao fruit. Rumor has it that cultivators above gold core realm could advance by a small realm after consuming the Dao fruit. Ning Fan wasted too much of the medicinal power of the Dao fruit due to his limited cultivation realm. Today, the power of the Dao fruit would not be wasted again. An ordinary gold core realm Dao fruit could increase 5 units of magic power. That was why it had such a miraculous effect. A mid-gold core realm Dao fruit was slightly more than 5 units while a peak realm Dao fruit could increase 6 units. 10 days later, Ning Fan refined the 2 Dao fruits. Their magic power. It reached 23 units. 23 units. This magic power was already 3 units more than a peak gold core realm cultivator, but it was still inferior to a nascent soul realm cultivator, however. Once he breaks through to the gold core realm, he could rely on his powerful magic power to become a peak gold core realm cultivator in one step. In this way, he could form his core within 100 years. There were still more than 200 years left. He could even prepare to form his nascent soul. The last step was to consume the Min Luo fruits. His mental state had already reached the late gold core realm. However, he planned to complete the plan to eliminate his heart devil in the Min Luo dream realm, just like how he helped Yun Ruowei eliminate her heart devil. He agreed to help Yun Ruowei eliminate her heart devil because he wanted to accumulate experience in doing so today. However, there was a difference. His heart devil was Jihe. That was why he couldn't kill her with a single sword strike. Jihe was related to his Dao heart. If he killed Jihe, he would forget this woman and become cold and heartless from then on. He was unwilling to do so. His goal was to be like the old devil, to become a flesh and blood devil. After consuming the 9 Min Luo fruits, his eyes were like lightning and he said seriously. I want core formation. The Min Luo dream realm. In the Ning family of Hai Ning, a 3-year-old child was led into the servants' courtyard with blank eyes. On the bank of the Jade Pond River. In Hai Ning City, countless children had the same blank and numb expression. Their memories were erased and they were assigned to the Ning family. Most of the children were orphans and beggars even though their memories were erased by the cultivators of the Ning family. But by joining the Ning family, they were able to avoid the fate of dying in war and famine. The Ning family did not owe them anything. Those who had the aptitude to cultivate were called young masters and were adopted by the cultivators of the Ning family. Those with poor aptitude were reduced to servants and were adopted by the servants of the Ning family. All the servants were mortals without exception. As a servant, if they were talented in literature and martial arts, they could also gain some status among the servants. On the bank of the Jade Pond River, a 10-year-old boy was carrying a bamboo basket on his back. He stood by the river and looked at his reflection in the river and sighed. His name was Ning Fan. He was adopted by the Ning family when he was 3 years old and his memories were erased. The reason why he was given the name mortal was because his aptitude was too ordinary. He failed to cultivate and became a servant. He had neither literary nor martial arts skills. Even among the servants, he was the lowest existence. Ning Fan, was too ordinary. But he had a younger brother with extraordinary aptitude. Although he was not valued by the immortal master when he joined the family, he had a terrifying aptitude for martial arts in the mortal world. Especially Ninggu's archery. He was able to draw a one-pickle bow at the age of 9. He was simply a genius in the mortal world. His strength was amazing. Yes, a body refinement cultivator of the Ning family fancied Ninggu and wanted to teach him the art of cultivation, but Ninggu refused. He didn't want to because he didn't like cultivation. He was young and impetuous. He offended that immortal master by speaking rudely. From that day onwards, the descendants of that immortal master, the young masters, began to find trouble with Ning Fan and Ninggu. Their adoptive father, Ning Dainyu, was a coward. When he saw that Ninggu offended the immortal master, he immediately wanted to beat him to death. That day, Ning Fan brought Ninggu away from the protection of Ning Dainyu. His younger brother needed time to cultivate and couldn't earn money. As the elder brother, Ning Fan alone supported the family. Whether it was a long or short job, as long as he could earn money, he would gladly do it. Today, his job was to collect spirit herbs for the Ning family. Each spirit herb was at least 100 years old. Their medicinal power was too strong. Other than a few ginsengs and wild ganoderma, most of the spirit herbs couldn't be eaten by mortals. After suffering for a long time, Ning Fan had an ability that surpassed ordinary people. He knew how to read people's faces. He could do anything. He knew how to distinguish spirit herbs. He looked at the Jade Pond River and sighed deeply. The bruises on his face had yet to recede. Yesterday, Ninggu caused trouble again. He had a dispute with a drunkard outside the restaurant. The drunkard knew a few magical techniques and injured Ninggu, who was not weak in martial arts. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was like a mad dog, fighting the drunkard with all his might. The gap between mortals and immortals is so big. No matter how high Ninggu's talent was and how deep his inner force was, in the eyes of the immortal master, he was still weak. That day, if Ninggu agreed to become the disciple of the Ning family's immortal master, wouldn't that be great? But I heard that when I was knocked unconscious, the one who saved me was the Ning family's young mistress. Qing finished speaking. The 10-year-old Ning Fan looked at himself in the river and suddenly became silent. I seem to have forgotten something, but I can't remember it. Ning Fan shook his head and put away his thoughts. He carried the bamboo basket and walked through the green mountains and clear waters. He entered the Ning Bai Peak to pick herbs. He was singing the Wu song, but the moment he entered the forest, he immediately became silent to avoid attracting the Wolf King's attention. He took out some kind of herb from his chest pocket and applied it on his body to get rid of the smell. There were wolves in the mountain, and there was also a Wolf King. Because of the Wolf King's existence, several immortal masters were eaten when they entered the mountain to cultivate. Even if they had magical power, they did not have Ning Fan's cautiousness. This cautiousness was the attitude that came from being bullied and bullied since young. Before sunset, he picked a few types of spirit herbs and put them into the bamboo basket. In this way, he should be able to exchange them for a lot of money to find a famous teacher for Ninggu to practice martial arts diligently. But unknowingly, he lost his way. In a trance, he actually reached the extreme clear spring that was halfway up the Ning Bai Peak. In the spring, there seemed to be a woman who was preparing to take off her clothes and enter the spring to take a bath. In the dark of the forest, there were a few 16 to 17-year-old youths hiding behind the trees. Their eyes were full of lust and were excitedly waiting for the erotic scene that was about to come. I didn't expect to see Ning Qinger bathing. This woman usually relied on her extraordinary aptitude to be valued by the clan head. She has a high and mighty face, but what about now? Isn't she still going to be seen by us? Who knows, after this woman enters the pool, the few of us might be able to take care of her together. The woman beside the spring was at the 5th level of vein opening. She was about 14 to 15 years old. She wore a blue dress and was about to unbutton her clothes. She was killing wolves in the forest and her body was stained with blood. Naturally, she wanted to take a bath before returning to the Ning clan. She didn't expect that there were a few youths peeping at her. If she was seen or even humiliated, it would be a nightmare for this woman. "Miss Qing, be careful." Ning Fan shouted and carried the bamboo basket on his back and ran. Those youths were at the second and third level of vein opening. Among them, there was a fourth-level vein-opening youth in white named Ning Feng. He was the disciple of the immortal master that Ning Gu offended that day. This person would bully and humiliate Ning Fan whenever he saw him. If it was any other time, Ning Fan would never want to offend this person. However, Ning Qing'er was his benefactor, so he couldn't not save her even if he had to die. His shout immediately made Ning Qing'er's pretty face pale. She noticed that someone was peeping at her and thought that it was a close shave. However, she didn't see who it was. Even if she saw it, she probably didn't know Ning Fan. However, Ning Feng and the other youths bullied Ning Fan every day, so how could they not know? Fortunately, they didn't expose their identity. Ning Fan and the others secretly retreated and chased after Ning Fan. Humph! It is Ning Fan, that stinking brat. He dares to ruin our plan. Chase after him and beat him to death. Ning Qing'er was unaware of all these. The chase continued. Dusk gradually fell. In the Ningbai mountain, a few vein-opening youths were chasing after a 10-year-old boy. No one knew that the rumor of Ning Fan peeping at Miss Qing had such a secret. Ning Fang's eyes revealed a murderous intent. If he could catch up with Ning Fan in the mountain and kill him, no one would question it. But after chasing for a while, Ning Fan suddenly stopped and no longer ran. This was a wasteland that was rarely visited by people. The youths surrounded him in the center. Not running anymore. Ning Feng smiled ferociously. I won't run anymore because I remember now. I am Ning Fan. All of you can die now. At this moment, a drop of thick ink appeared in the sky. Before Ning Feng could react, he had already turned into a pile of meat. This is a dreamland, and I am Ning Fan. The 10-year-old boy said indifferently. Killing people was just child's play to him. Chapter 191. On the Tsuetang River, a 10-year-old boy walked past with a bamboo basket on his back. The river water reflected his tender face, but there was no longer any confusion on his face. This is the Ming Luo Dreamland. There are 9 Ming Luo fruits, and the dreamland will last for 450 years. The end of the dreamland is the heart demon. The scenes in the dreamland are the knots in my heart. I will unravel the knots in my heart step by step, and finally, I will slay the heart demon and form my core. Walking by the river, he walked past the scenes of the past, picking up strands of memories. This dream had deviated from reality. The truth was that Ning Fan was escaping from the depths of the mountain. Due to his familiarity with the mountain paths, he managed to get rid of a few vein-opening realm young masters. The so-called young masters' chi attracted the Wolf King's attention and they died in the wolf's mouth. Perhaps, that was Ning Fan's first time killing someone with the help of a wolf. He returned to the Ning family and handed over the elixirs. The Ning family's chief steward stroked his short beard, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the servants with disdain. Picking herbs in condensed Jade Mountain was dangerous even for cultivators. It was best to send servants to their deaths. When they accepted the mission, there were a total of 471 people. When they returned, there were only 97 people. 70% of them returned empty-handed. Those who could gather herbs had at least several years of medical experience, but even such people could only hand over 4 or 5 stalks of century-old spirit herbs. However, among this group of people, there was a 10-year-old boy who had actually picked 17 stalks. The manager was slightly surprised. He squinted his eyes and studied Ning Fan. He discovered that this youth's eyes were like a pool of tranquil water. Even though he had seen through countless people, he was actually unable to see through this person's character. What's your name? Ning Fan. Did you pick this herb? Yes. Are you willing to stay in my Ning clan's medicine team? I'm not willing. Hiss. You're actually unwilling. The head steward sucked in a breath of cold air. The servant in front of him didn't show any signs of panic when facing him. Instead, he answered his questions fluently and even dared to reject his request. For any servant, joining the medicine team was a chance to change their fate. As the chief steward, this person had 3 spots every year. He could choose people from the servants who were good at identifying spiritual herbs to join the medicine team. Once he joined the medicine team, as long as he completed the Ning family's missions, he would not have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of his life. The 3 slots became the reason why countless servants tried to curry favor with the chief steward. Such an opportunity that everyone envied. How could a 10-year-old servant refuse? Unwilling. Furthermore, a mere 10-year-old boy standing there gave the manager an unfathomable feeling. Even he himself did not realize that above his head. He broke out in a cold sweat. Forget it. If you don't want to, then so be it. 1 stalk of spirit herb can be exchanged for 1 tael of silver. 17 stalks, 17 taels. This old man will give you 20 taels. As for the remaining 3 taels, you can keep it as a token of my goodwill. If you think it through, you can come and find me. Join the medicine team. Ning Fan silently put away the money, carried the bamboo basket on his back, cupped his fists and left. A 10-year-old boy, but his eyes were too calm. In his heart, he sighed, the medicine team. Back then, I dreamed of joining this team, but in less than a month, I was stripped of my identity as a medicine team member by Young Master Tian and suppressed, Young Master Tian, Ning Tian. Rumor had it that he favored Ning Qing'er. Furthermore, it was senior brother Ning Feng. He was the one who suppressed me all the way. He framed me and sold me to the bandits as a human cauldron. Was it also his idea? Dreams are very mysterious. I can see my memories and I can even see things outside of my memories. Is this the power of the Ming Luo fruit? Walking out of the bustling Hai Ning city, there was a medicinal field on the outskirts of the city. It was Ning Fan's home. In a shabby thatched hut, Ning Gu was practicing his martial arts, the 9-year-old Ning Gu. He was wielding a long sword, but his movements were flawless. When he saw Ning Fan's return, Ning Gu immediately sheathed his sword and his face was filled with joy. Brother, you're back. Yes, I'm back. He was back to the Wu country that he had left for a long time, although it was just a dream. However, this dream could also be considered as a special rebirth, right? In reality, I can't give Ning Gu the chance to cultivate. But in this dream, I can. If you want a peaceful life, I will grant you a beautiful scenery. If you want wealth, I will grant you a country's city and a human emperor. If you want immortality, I will grant you a peerless cultivation method and help you achieve your Tao. In the dream of Hai Ning, no one can hurt you. Brother, what's wrong? The 9-year-old Ning Gu faintly felt that his brother was a little different today, but he did not understand why. He did not understand that the Ning Fan in front of him was no longer a servant that anyone could bully, but a devil that even the Ning clan's old ancestor had to run away from. It's nothing. Now, you can stop cultivating your mortal martial. I will teach you immortal martial. Immortal martial? Yes, the immortal body refining technique. This technique is called Colossal Bone's secret art. The 10-year-old Ning Fan was already 6 feet tall. He was skinny but firm and determined. By giving Ning Gu the cultivation technique, his wish had been fulfilled. It was already late at night, but he still stepped into Hai Ning city and walked coldly in the city. In the past, Ning Feng and his group were discovered by Ning Fan. They were lost in the mountains and died in the mouth of the Wolf King. At that time, Ning Feng's senior brother, the young master Tian, Ning Tian, found Ning Fan's footprints at the place where Ning Feng died. Based on the footprints, he concluded that Ning Fan was related to this incident. That night, Ning Fan would enter the city and buy 100-year-old ginseng with his newly earned money to strengthen his brother's muscles and bones. That night, he would be stopped by a group of guards outside the medicine shop and brought to see Ning Tian. That night, Ning Tian would ignore him and perform a soul search on him. However, he still had a question. Until today, he did not know how he escaped that day. The night was quiet and the moon was crescent. Ning Fan stopped outside the medicine shop. 7 burly men wearing leather armors walked out from the dark and surrounded him. "Don't move. Follow us obediently. Young Master Tian wants to see you." One of the burly men reached out his hand as if he wanted to crush Ning Fan's small body. However, at this moment, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. A first-level vein-opening guard. No wonder he could crush my shoulder bone to death. Ning Fan stomped on the ground. At this moment, the entire Hai Ning city trembled slightly. That tremble was extremely light, but it was the result of using his physical strength to the limit. It was as if a giant had crushed half of the earth veins in Hai Ning city with just a stomp. Other than the 3 gold core realm experts including the old ancestor of the Ning family, no one else knew about the drastic changes in Hai Ning city. Who is it? Which expert broke into Hai Ning city? 3 old figures were communicating with each other using telepathy in the night sky. All of them were shocked. The 7 guards still had a hideous smile on their faces. However, their bodies exploded and they died without even having the chance to let out a scream. As for Ning Fan, he had already taken a step forward. Teleportation. Prince Sun Pavilion. The palace that only the young master of the Ning family could stay in. Ning Fan's figure flashed and appeared outside the Heavenly Word Palace. With another flash, he was already inside the palace. On the bed, the 19-year-old young master Ning Tian was having sex with 2 maids. He sensed Ning Fan's presence. Ning Tian's eyes turned cold. Dressed like a servant? How could a mere servant enter this young master's palace? Oh, I know. You are Ning Fan. But why are you alone? Where are the 7 guards that brought you here? Ning Tian put down the 2 panting maids and wrapped his robe around himself. He looked displeased. Could it be that the 7 guards have gone to drink with prostitutes after completing their mission? Humph. When these people return, I must punish them properly. Fine. Let's put the matter of the 7 guards aside. I will search your soul and memory. Don't worry. I will only search your soul. If you become an idiot, I will give you a quick death. Search my soul. You. Ning Fan did not move. He just sneered. He was waiting. In the past, when Ning Tian searched his soul, he fainted because his shoulder bone was shattered. He did not know what happened after that. Since he did not become an idiot, someone must have saved him. Ning Fan wanted to see who saved him. The Ming Luo fruit was unimaginable. It was clearly his dream, but he could see things beyond his memory. Ning Tian's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know why, but this mere servant in front of him was so powerful. He did not know why the servant in front of him was so calm. Outside the palace, a green-robed young lady who was passing by the Tian character palace walked in. Ning Qinger. She heard that Ning Tian was going to interrogate a servant tonight. She heard that the servant was related to Ning Feng and the others. She was not stupid. She immediately guessed. The one who spied on her was Ning Feng, who was already dead. And the young man who saved her was Ning Fan. Young Master Tian, can you let this person go for Qing's sake, even if he is just a servant? Ning Qinger was clear about kindness and hatred, but her eyes were cold and arrogant. She saved Ning Fan once from the drunkard. This was the second time. However, she did not ask for Ning Fan's name in the end. Moreover, she did not even put the servant in her eyes. This was her pride as the daughter of the Ning family. So it's her, the 10-year-old young man sighed inwardly and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, they were as cold as ice. Ning Tian, I will search your soul today. In the future, I will return to the Ning family and take your life. Just you wait. The young man raised his small hand and a shocking magic power suddenly rose. Under this magic power, Ning Tian could not even stand steadily. He was pulled to Ning Fan's side. His face was filled with shock, fear and twisted. What level of magic power is this? I can't control myself. I can't control myself. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light like a devil god. Soul search. At this moment, the three ancestors of the Ning family rushed to the Prince Sun Pavilion with terrified expressions. At this moment, Ning Qing'er's face turned pale. The coldness of the young man made her tremble. It was the ruthlessness of someone who killed people like flies. Who are you? Ning Fan. His voice resounded in the night sky of Haining. On the official road 1,000 miles away from Haining, a young man in hemp clothes was walking towards the west step by step. This young man's appearance became more mature with every step he took. After 6 steps, his appearance changed from that of a 10-year-old to that of a 16-year-old. Time seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye, and 6 whole years had passed. It's really him. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent. The result of the soul search was that the person who sold the 2 brothers to the bandits was Ning Feng. The reason why this person did that was to bully me on behalf of Ning Feng. Secondly, he was jealous of me for winning Miss Qing's favor. If that's the case, the next time I go to Wu country will be the moment this person dies. Whoever saves him will die. Outside the dream. Tonight, all the cultivators in Haining city of Wu country had a nightmare. Young Master Tian, Ning Tian dreamt that his soul was searched, killed and dismembered. The one who killed him was Ning Fan. The 7 guards of Ning Tian dreamt that they were killed by a junior who bullied them in the past. That person's name was Ning Fan. The 3 ancestors of the Ning family, 3 gold core realm cultivators, dreamt of a cultivator who crushed the earth vein of Haining city with a single step. His magic power was terrifying. That person's name was Ning Fan. All the cultivators in the city had the same dream. This was simply unimaginable. Investigate. Investigate my Ning family and find out that there is an enemy named Ning Fan. If there is, immediately apologize to this person with generous gifts. Otherwise, Haining city will be destroyed. This dream is an omen of great danger. In the dream, Ning Fan silently walked out of Wu country and towards Yu country. The most mysterious thing about the Ming Luo fruit was that there was reality in the dream and illusion. He had yet to realize all of this. So what if he realized it? Why would he be afraid of Haining? So what if the stubborn old fogies of Haining find out about him? When he returns, no one could stop him. Wu country had many enemies. It was time for a bloodbath. On the official road, his pace was slow. However, every step he took seemed to cover a distance of thousands of zhang. Day after day, the time when he entered Yu country was approaching. He entered the East Yu country, passed through the mountains and rivers of Yu country and arrived at Li Hen Mountain. Li Hen Mountain, the all-pleasure sect. There were 107 female cultivators and 1 young girl in this sect. That young girl was the devil in his heart. He looked at Li Hen Mountain and the memories of the past came to his mind like a tide. Unbearable, humiliation, unwillingness, rising up, just to live in this chaotic world, even if it was evil cultivation, there would be no regrets just to not be bullied by others, even if it was stubbornness, what was there to complain under the moonlight? He jumped up and stood in the sky. He waved his palm and the Dan fragmentation cauldron fell. One cauldron, the formation light was shattered. 2 cauldrons, the sect was leveled. 3 cauldrons, the mountains and rivers sunk. In the midst of the loud explosion, a cold voice resounded in the night sky. This venerated Ning Fan, the humiliation of that day will be repaid 100-fold today. On this mountain, everyone is my cauldron. This voice was filled with vast magical power. It was already peak gold core. As the mountains and rivers shook, countless of the all-pleasure sect's female cultivators turned pale. Fear spread throughout the all-pleasure sect. In the sect master's boudoir, a man and a woman were playing naked. The man was sweating profusely, but he absent-mindedly asked. The little girl that I left in the all-pleasure sect seems to have grown up. It's about time. Bah, what's the hurry? I'm here for you to play, is it not enough? Use more strength. These 2 people were the Heavenly Beast School's outer sect elder, Wu Dongnan, and the all-pleasure sect master, Sha Jiuyo. At this moment, when the mountains shook and the earth shook, the 2 revealed a shocked expression. As for Wu Dongnan, he could no longer hold on and went limp. Golden core old ancestors. But just as Wu Dongnan finished speaking, his head flew off with a ferocious expression, forever dead. Blood splashed on the bed. The warm blood splashed on Sha Jiuyo's face, exposing her chest. She looked in disbelief at the figure of a young man who suddenly appeared in front of the bed. Senior, spare me, don't worry, I won't kill you. I already said, the hatred from that day will be repaid 100-fold. That day, you all plucked me. Today, all the female cultivators of this sect will be my cauldron. Yes, yes. Sha Jiuyo did not even have the courage to refuse. Her eyes trembled as she looked at Ning Fan's hand and pinched the front of her body. Immediately, she was in so much pain that she started to cry. However, there was a different kind of pleasure in her pain. 107 female cultivators, not a single one will be spared, except for Jihe. Chapter 192. Inside the harmonious palace, moans and cries of pain resounded one after another. The female cultivators of the evil sects could not resist Ning Fan's power. Don't, they cried and begged for mercy, but the only response they got was the deep and cold breathing of a man. Their faces were flushed red like pear blossoms dripping with rain. Amidst the pain, they were still in a daze. Endless and endless. This man seemed to know no exhaustion. He did not even waste a drop of yang essence on these female cultivators. As for these female cultivators, all of them were already trembling and flowing freely. Pain and pleasure, hell and heaven. Even the women who had been seeking pleasure with men all these days were afraid. The man in front of them wanted to use his own power to suck the een of 107 women. Gallop, need, ravage. Shame, fear, subservience. They were already dead women. But even if they were dead, this endless nightmare would not stop, it would not. This man came for revenge, to take revenge for the humiliation in the past. 3 days later, the harmonious palace was filled with paralyzed women. Ning Fan put on his clothes and left the harmonious palace. Out of all the women, he only spared one. Outside the harmonious palace, a young girl in white immediately shivered in fear when she saw Ning Fan approaching. Big brother, don't taint Jihe. As she spoke, her tears began to fall. Scared, very scared. Ning Fan's appearance was very scary. Cold-blooded, heartless, treating women like grass. Thinking of her miserable life, the girl revealed a look of despair. Rather than being humiliated, I'd rather die with my brother. She took off her hairpin and mustered up her courage to stab her neck. This expression that would rather die than be humiliated, this teardrop made Ning Fan feel heartache, pity, and self-blame. Jihe cherished her innocence as much as her life, but in order to save him, she sacrificed her innocence. This girl saved his life, gave him the yin-yang locket, and saved his innocence when he was possessed by the devil. But he himself. Yet he wanted to kill her. Even if this was a dream, even if he knew that she was an inner demon, this illusory image was extremely hard to be cut off. There was once a girl. Except for her cauldron physique, she had no other good points. There was once a girl whose personality was like a blank piece of paper, forever unable to adapt to the bloody sea of cultivation. But this girl, even if Ning Fan defiled himself, he was reluctant to taint her. If life is only like the first time we met, silly girl, how could I bear to hurt you? Even if you are my heart's devil, even if I gently wave my hand and sever you. But I can't bear to. However, this inner demon has to be eliminated eventually. Do you understand? In exchange for 10 years of your innocence, I am willing to overturn the heavens. Do you understand? In order to let your heart be untainted, I am willing to sweep away all the dust in this world. Do you understand? In exchange for your heart demon, I am willing to erase my emotions, sever my intent, give up my heart, and eliminate my thoughts. I am willing to defy the heavens and destroy the heavens. Learn from the ancient inverse cultivators and go against the heavens. No retreat from death. Invincible. Do you understand? Ning Fan's finger glided across Jihe's stunned face. The tear stains on her face had yet to dry. However, Ning Fan's words, which sounded like an oath, made her heart flutter and her face blushed. I don't understand. Have I seen you before? You don't need to understand. Because you are a heart demon that I will never be able to get rid of in this lifetime. They hugged and then let go. Then, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Heaven and earth became illusory and decayed. Jihe turned into dream power and vanished. The mountains and rivers were annihilated. What was left in front of them was the eternal earth and the immortal heavens. As for Ning Fan, he clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the sky coldly. I will not sever my emotions. This sentence sounded like an oath, but it immediately triggered the wrath of heaven and earth. Rumbling red lightning appeared in the sky. It was just like the extreme realm divine intent of the Bone Sovereign. In ancient times, there were 3 types of cultivation. Righteous cultivators, inverse cultivators and concealing cultivators. Righteous cultivators followed the will of heaven and claimed to be upholding justice and extinguishing human desires. When they formed their core, they resolutely severed all ties with the mortal world. They severed all ties with their parents, relatives, wives, daughters and friends. Righteous cultivators cultivated the heartless Tao because the heavenly Tao was originally heartless. It was because of this that they could treat all living beings equally. They were gods. Concealing cultivators concealed the cultivation of heaven and used tricks to be merciful. Just like Gui Xiaozi, he severed all ties with the mortal world before forming his core. However, because of the lack of struggle and emotions in his heart, he became the weakest among the 3 types of cultivation. In fact, he was even weaker than the righteous cultivators who severed their emotions. Because of their treacherous nature, these cultivators were often called demons. As for inverse cultivators cultivated against the will of heaven. They did not go against the will of heaven but their hearts. If they were heartless, why would they cultivate the Tao? They dared to face the heaven and swore not to sever their emotions. They kept the heart devil in their hearts because they were turned into devils. Gods, demons and devils gradually evolved into their own Tao and lost their original meaning in the long river of time. Devil cultivators could only be described as people who killed people like scything flax. They were ruthless and merciless. This was a grave mistake. If one was a true devil, he would have an obsession. Only those who had an obsession to create chaos in the world would be the supreme true devil. Devils must go against heaven. Once they cultivated the true devil Tao, they would face the heavenly tribulation every time they advanced to the next realm from the moment they formed their core. If they did not have the heart to go against heaven, they would be killed by the red lightning of the heavenly tribulation. Even if they had a rebellious heart and pride, they would still be killed by the heavenly Tao if their means were not strong enough. The heavenly Tao would not tolerate the existence of those who disobeyed it. They must be killed. Under the rumbling red lightning, the earth trembled. Ning Fan's long hair danced wildly. His eyes were filled with cold light. Amidst the starlight, his body was like a mountain as he transformed into a 100-meter-tall giant. His bronze-colored skin was invincible. A lightning star appeared on the giant's glabella. It dispersed the blood-red lightning tribulation. The lightning dispersed and reformed. Then, it turned into countless blood-red lightning bolts with an even more terrifying aura. Each of them connected the heavens and the earth. When they landed on the giant's body, they emitted a destructive power. 1 bolt was nothing to be afraid of. 10 bolts was nothing to be afraid of. 100 bolts was enough to shatter the giant's body. 1,000 bolts was enough to turn the giant into dust. 1,000 bolts of blood-red lightning could kill 1,000 zhang tall giant. Roar, the giant's long hair grew longer. Demonic black marks appeared on the left side of his face. His whole body turned black and reformed. The giant destroyed the blood-red lightning and the blood-red lightning also destroyed the giant. This dream of 450 years was a prolonged battle. Years passed and the scenes faded away. The power of illusion from the Ming Luo fruit was nearing its end. If Ning Fan still could not resist the lightning tribulation, he would fail to form his core. Failure. The more he failed, the bigger the shadow in his heart would be. Next time, he would lose all his courage and go against the heavens. In his mind, Kei Shenxi's path of Tao enlightenment appeared. His state of mind gradually overlapped with Kei Shenxi's defying intent. If the rain doesn't come, there will be momentum. If the mountain doesn't move, there will be momentum. If the dragon is hidden in the abyss, there will be momentum. If the insect spins its cocoon, there will be momentum. If the human king doesn't kill, there will be momentum. If the heaven and earth don't fight, there will be momentum. Kei Shenxi's words echoed in his mind. The lightning intent in his eyes became stronger. His lightning star could control the heavenly lightning. Why couldn't he control the blood-red lightning? Because there was a trace of heavenly killing intent in the blood-red lightning. If he could get rid of this killing intent, he would be able to subdue the lightning tribulation. What is rain? I can create clouds with a flip of my hand and rain with a flip of my hand. When the giant moved his palm, the heavens and earth gave birth to rain. Lightning from the flat ground, rain from the sky. I want to kill. The giant roared madly. The earth shook. The rain brushed away the blood-red lightning from the blood-red lightning. They sank into the ground and produced streaks of blood-colored lightning. The rain swirled with traces of blood-colored light, and the rain of blood overturned the heavens. Blood lightning reverberated in the sky. I want this rain to grow on the earth, to fight against the heavens, to live forever. I want this lightning to be deeply planted with demonic thoughts, to defy the heavens. I won't sever my emotions. I want to form my core. I want to form my golden core. I want to form my core. I want core formation. At this moment, layers of demonic abysses and seas of blood appeared in front of the giant. It was a demonic path of no return. At this moment, the giant jumped into the demonic abyss without hesitation. For her, so what if he turned into a demon? At this moment, the silver lightning star between the giant's eyebrows turned into a blood-red color. When the lightning star moved, even the blood-colored heavenly lightning was afraid. On the giant's body, an imposing aura was exploding madly. The illusory gold core and demon core in his body merged into one and solidified. His aura was rising steadily. Early stage gold core. Middle stage. Late stage. Peak. At this moment, Ming Luo's dream shattered. Inside the cave, Ning Fan suddenly rose to his feet. His aura force surged violently. The cave was shattered and the mountains were flattened. Even the golden sunglow pill was useless. On the 60th year since he entered the Lost World Tower, Ming Luo's dream shattered. The 80-year-old Ning Fan was at the peak of the Gold Core realm. He was only one step away from forming his nascent soul. As for his temperament, it underwent a huge change after forming his core. The last trace of softness in his heart had been erased. At this moment, if he wanted to increase his cultivation base, he would plunder the endless outer sea and abduct all the women. Devil Tao, complete. Chapter 193. After 10 whole years, the shattered mountain reappeared and spring came. Ning Fan sat in the cave for 10 years and finally stabilized his cultivation base. Stabilizing it was for further advancement. His goal for the remaining 250 years was to form his nascent soul. Holding the nascent formation pill, Ning Fan remained silent. With his current magic power, the success rate of forming nascent soul was less than 30%. To ordinary cultivators, forming nascent soul not only required sufficient magic power and cultivation base but also a unique understanding of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. It was not easy to have sufficient magic power. As for understanding the 5 elements, it would usually take hundreds of years. The difficulty of forming nascent soul was far more difficult than forming core. After successfully forming the core, Ning Fan's magic power improved further. It increased from 23rd armor to 33rd armor. 9 Min Luo fruits increased his mental state by 450 years. His mental state was comparable to a half-step nascent soul realm expert. His spirit sense improved along with his cultivation base, reaching the mid-nascent soul realm. If he could form nascent soul successfully, it would not be difficult for his spirit sense to advance to the late nascent soul realm. With sufficient magic power, mental state and spirit sense, the only thing left was the understanding of the 5 elements. Nascent soul realm cultivators needed to condense their primordial energy to form nascent soul. That, Yuan, was the primordial energy of heaven and earth. When the 5 elements were combined, it was called primordial energy. Nascent soul realm cultivators could combine the 5 elements and form nascent soul at the same time. Of course, they would still focus on their immortal veins and cultivate the other elements as support. The reason why a 2-spirit realm cultivator had a high aptitude was because they possessed 2 elements. Comprehending the heavenly Tao could reduce 1 element. Ning Fan's biggest advantage in forming nascent soul was having 4 elements at the same time. Fire, ice, lightning and wood. He only lacked earth. As long as he cultivated earth, he could start forming nascent soul. He patted his storage pouch and took out a devil scroll with surging corpse chi. Corpse devil record. Colossal bone secret art had been completely cultivated. The replacement cultivation method after this could be the corpse devil record. This devil technique cultivated the earth element devil vein and turned earth into a corpse. It was the exact attribute that Ning Fan lacked. His cultivation method needed to be improved again. Except for yin-yang transformation, all other cultivation methods needed to break through to the 4th level. If so, the success rate of forming nascent soul would increase by 20%. Apart from these, Ning Fan still needed to cultivate a secret technique, Yin Evil Art. This technique was obtained from Old Devil Purple Yin, a secret technique created by the old ancestor of extreme Yin sect. Transforming the Yin energy to cultivate the Dharma treasure, the Yin pearl, and finally fusing the Yin pearl with the golden core to increase the strength of the golden core, thereby increasing the chances of forming the nascent soul by 10%. In this way, Ning Fan would have 60% chance. He succeeded in forming his nascent soul. 60%. With the addition of the nascent soul formation pill, it will be 70%. Because my pill refinement mastery is at the 5th revolution, the quality of this pill is higher. My success rate should be slightly higher than 70%. 70% is enough. However, it was a pity. If he had a nascent soul Tao fruit at this moment, perhaps he could take out the cauldron and pluck it. How wonderful would that be? He would definitely be able to increase his magic power once again. There seems to be another way, which is to increase my magic power. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. With a flick of his sleeve, a flame and two streams of cold air appeared in front of him. A white flame in the shape of a skeleton, white bone flame. The cold air in the form of pine needles was the cold pine marrow. The bone-chilling cold chi, bone prison breath. If he could refine the three types of heavenly cold and earth flames, Ning Fan's magical power would increase and his chances of forming his nascent soul would increase by 20%. Even without a cauldron or Tao fruit, there was a 90% chance of successfully forming a nascent soul. I see. I will first cultivate the cultivation technique, then swallow the heavenly frost and earthly fire. Finally, I will use the nascent soul formation pill to form my nascent soul. Nascent soul. Nascent soul formation. Before entering the tower, he was a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. When he left the pagoda, he was a nascent soul cultivator. 30 years had passed. The black demon art, snow-treading art and camellia scripture had been cultivated to the first realm of the fourth level. After that, Ning Fan began to cultivate the corpse devil record. The corpse devil record recorded the cultivation method of the corpse vein. As an immemorial devil technique, it was more than 10,000 times more difficult than the colossal bone's secret art. Other than refining secret medicines and suppressing chi, one also needed to kill a large number of people, collect their corpses and absorb their corpse chi. If he couldn't absorb the corpse chi, he could only condense the earth power and transform it into corpse chi. He would need to condense about 3 streams of natal corpse chi to successfully cultivate this technique. Pills were not a problem. His only regret was that there were no corpses in this empty world. As such, Ning Fan could only extinguish his breath, turn into a corpse and sink into the ground. He would borrow the pressure of the earth to temper his body and absorb the earth essence to condense corpse chi. Slowly, very slowly, Ning Fan sank 3,000 zhang deep into the ground. The tremendous pressure seemed to be crushing him. 40 years had passed. He finally condensed his first natal corpse chi and sank 2,000 zhang deep into the ground. 30 years had passed. The second natal corpse chi was formed. He sank 3,000 zhang deep into the ground. 20 years had passed. The third natal corpse chi was condensed. He left the ground. After a total of 90 years, Ning Fan finally condensed 3 natal corpse chi. He then went into seclusion to complete the last step, condensing the 3 corpses. The 3 corpse chi needed to be integrated into the yin-yang devil vein to be considered a success. Even Ning Fan was slightly nervous. Yin-yang devil vein, could it be used as an experiment to cultivate other devil techniques? He used the yin-yang locket to refine the 3 corpses chi and meditated for 10 years. During these 10 years, he failed hundreds of times, but finally, he succeeded. At this moment, the yin-yang devil vein swallowed the 3 corpses chi in a domineering manner and integrated it into his own. At this moment, the yin-yang devil vein had the change of corpse devil vein and a trace of earth element. As such, Ning Fan finally had all 5 elements. He was once again shocked by the power of yin-yang transformation. Immemorial immortal veins were also known as ancient veins. They were divided into spirit, demon and devil. There were 3 types of ancient veins. The first type was spirit art vein. Spirit art cultivators were like lightning vein, fire vein and water vein. Spirit art cultivators were extremely difficult to deal with. When their cultivation reached a high level, they could even turn their body into a void spirit, eliminating the spiritual elements in their body. They were extremely powerful and invincible. They could be immune to most physical and magical attacks. Thunder Emperor Buzhou, who the Rain Palace was secretive about, had a lightning vein. He could turn his body into lightning and was completely immune to the sword techniques of the three sovereigns of the sword world. He could fight against the three sovereigns alone and was undefeated. Spirit art cultivators focused on magical techniques. The second type was Venerable Body Vein. Venerable Body Vein was like Corpse Vein, Bone Vein, Sword Vein, Dragon Vein, Carp Vein and Phoenix Vein. These ancient veins focused on body refinement. Each of them could turn into a 10,000 zhang tall giant with immortal defense. Some of them could transform into different forms and 72 transformations. In short, they used their strength to break the heavens and their bodies to contain magical techniques. Venerable Body Vein focused on body refinement. The third type was Abnormal Spirit Vein. Abnormal spirit art cultivators had almost no talent in magical techniques or body refinement. This type of ancient vein wasn't powerful. The fiend gods who inherited this vein usually had low combat strength. However, this type of ancient vein was usually created for special reasons to deal with special groups of people. For example, the yin-yang evil vein didn't give Ning Fan powerful magical techniques. Instead, it was used against women. It had a heaven-defying restraint. Another example was the undying evil vein. This evil vein only had one ability, immortality. It couldn't be killed. It couldn't be cut or burned. It was completely immortal. Even if it died, it would return to its origin and be reborn in the long river of time. This evil vein. It wasn't good at attacking. However, even a true immortal wouldn't want to offend such an enemy. If it was absolutely necessary to offend such a person, the only way was to seal and suppress them. Another example was the Nirvana vein. The evil vein of Moksha, sovereign of the devil world. This evil vein was extremely disgusting. It could increase one's strength through injury. As long as the person wasn't killed, the more serious the injury, the stronger the injury. Instead, it would increase one's strength. That day when Ning Fan injured Moksha Sovereign. If Moksha Sovereign recovered from his injury, the more serious the injury, the stronger his strength would be. This inheritance wasn't given to him by the old devil. Perhaps it was to tempt him to betray the old devil. Abnormal spirit vein cultivation technique, yin-yang transformation. Its power wasn't strong and its offense and defense were weak at the same realm. However, it had two profoundness. One of them was widely known by true immortals. It was the ability to pluck and replenish one's strength. The second point. This vein could merge the abilities of other ancient veins for its own use. This was something only Luo Yu knew by chance. Killing corpse devils, seizing cultivation techniques, cultivating corpse veins. Killing Moksha Sovereign, seizing cultivation techniques, cultivating Nirvana vein. Killing Moksha Sovereign, seizing cultivation techniques, cultivating Nirvana vein. There were a few inheritors of yin-yang transformation in the past. However, they could only pluck and replenish for dual cultivation. In order to merge other ancient veins, one needed the yin-yang locket. With the yin-yang locket, Ning Fan could be considered as an orthodox fiend god inheritor. Even if others obtained cultivation techniques, they wouldn't be orthodox. Little Demonis and Bei Xiaoman looked down on Ning Fan. The former didn't know the merging ability of yin-yang transformation. As for Bei Xiaoman, because her cultivation wasn't high and her detection was blocked by the All-Heaven relic, she couldn't even see the type of Ning Fan's evil vein. The ability to merge corpse veins had entered the threshold of the corpse devil record, reaching the first realm of the first level. In the future, Ning Fan would search for ancient corpses, cultivate cultivation techniques, and cultivate corpse veins. But for now, his priority was to form his nascent soul. Ning Fan recollected his thoughts and sat cross-legged on the ground. In 130 years, his cultivation technique had advanced and he had all 5 elements. There were still 120 years left before he left the tower. He could start refining the 3 types of heavenly frost and earthly flames. The best time to absorb 5th grade cold energy and spirit fire should be above the soul formation stage. Not to mention the fact that he did not have the yin-yang locket. Even if he succeeded, he would not be able to completely refine the spiritual fire dermic powers due to his low realm. When refining the black demon flame, Ning Fan was only able to absorb 1,000th of the magical power of the flame with his harmonious spirit cultivation. The rest was dispersed to the heaven and earth. Now, he was at the peak of golden core. Refining the heavenly frost and earthly fire would allow one to absorb 1/20th of its magic power. Devouring one fire would increase one's magic power by 20 units. Except for Ning Fans, the others didn't have the yin-yang locket, so it would be very difficult for them to refine the heavenly frost and earthly fire at the gold core realm. There were volcanoes and ice plains here. The refining conditions were met. Once he refines it, Ning Fan's magic power would break through to 93 units. Forming the nascent soul was no longer difficult. I want to form my nascent soul. His eyes were filled with determination. 10 years had passed outside the Lost World Tower. 10 years was too short. To cultivators, it was just a short period of meditation. In a guest house in Xianwu City, a red-haired old man sat cross-legged in the room. He was injured and his eyes were filled with anger. 2 months ago, he left the 3rd floor of the Lost World Tower and advanced to the nascent soul realm. Jingzhua. When Ning Fan left the heaven-evading ship to save Yin Suqiu, Jingzhua came to Penglai by himself. He spent some money and asked a harmonious spirit realm cultivator of the Lost World Palace to leave a message for him. If he saw someone named Zhou Ming, he would tell him that Jingzhua had already entered the tower and that he did not need to worry. Jingzhua believed that Ning Fan would be able to protect himself even if he could not save Yin Suqiu. And Yin Suqiu would most likely die. He did not know how to comfort him. He thought that a harmonious spirit realm junior would not dare to disobey his orders. However, he did not know that Ning Fan had risked everything to save Yin Suqiu. He also did not know that the cultivator he asked did not inform Jingzhua at all. Instead, he sold the jade slip with Zhou Ming's appearance to someone else and betrayed Jingzhua. One of the forces on the 72 islands of the Internal Sea, the Demon Sealing Sect. The 7th elder of the Demon Sealing Palace, the Eagle Crane Old Man, was a late nascent soul realm cultivator. This person set up a bounty to find the cultivator with the surname, Zhou. The bounty only provided the surname and appearance of the cultivator and offered a bounty of 100,000 immortal jades to capture this cultivator. When the cultivator saw that Jingzhua and the Eagle Crane Old Man were looking for the same person, he immediately betrayed Jingzhua for the bounty. After 10 years of seclusion, Jingzhua left the tower. That junior told Jingzhua that he could not find Zhou Ming's whereabouts. After knowing this, Jingzhua let out a long sigh. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. Even geniuses like Yin Suqiu and Ning Fan had no idea when they would perish in the lonely sea. What a pity, what a pity. He sighed. He decided to leave Penglai Island and return to Yu Country. He wanted to upgrade Yu Country to a mid-rank cultivation country with his own identity. However, he did not expect that he would be ambushed right after he left the island. He was ambushed by someone outside the island. That person was a late nascent soul realm cultivator. He tried to kill Jingzhua without asking for any reason. Even though Jingzhua was a nascent soul realm cultivator, he did not have the strength to fight back. At the critical moment, he released a trace of green phoenix fire, causing the person to be fearful and escape. Outside the island, the Eagle Crane Old Man's expression was as calm as still water. He struck out a palm and killed the harmonious spirit realm cultivator who betrayed Jingzhua. Humph. This person has misled me. Although Jingzhua had just formed his nascent soul not long ago, he actually possesses the seed fire of the green phoenix fire. Could this person be related to the Lost World Palace? Rumor has it that the Lost World Palace controls the main fire of the green phoenix fire. But so what if they are related? I have planted the grey demon seal in his body. He will not be able to escape. Ada has a request, Elder. If I capture this person. If I really find Zhou Ming, please let me kill him. Ada's eyes were filled with confidence and disdain. 10 years ago, he was an early nascent soul realm cultivator who was on the verge of breaking through. 10 years later, he broke through to the mid-nascent soul realm. He reckoned that he alone was enough to kill Zhou Ming even without the Elder's help. Ada had not forgotten the injury caused by the immortal execution order. All right. Find Zhou Ming. I'll let you kill him. However, I have to get rid of this Jing Zhuo first. After he recovers, I will capture him alive and search his soul to find out his whereabouts. At that time. Hee hee. The eagle crane old man revealed a hideous smile. He did not put Zhou Ming in his eyes at all. Even if Zhou Ming had fully recovered after recuperating for 10 years. In the guest house of the Black Tortoise City, Jing Zhuo was recuperating when his mind was suddenly disturbed. He opened his eyes in disbelief. He could feel the aura of a nascent soul realm cultivator appearing behind him out of nowhere without any warning. The guest house was protected by a nascent soul realm formation. How did this person sneak in? Although this aura was only at the early nascent soul realm, his magical force was comparable to a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. The sense of danger that Jing Zhuo felt was even stronger than the eagle crane old man. What was even more unbelievable was that this person did not emit any aura when he appeared. It was as if he was dead and alive at the same time. He was like a corpse that was not breathing. Jing Zhuo's expression changed drastically. This mysterious expert was strong and strange. It was something that he had never seen before. Could it be that this person was on the same path as the late nascent soul realm expert? Who are you? Jing Zhuo shouted coldly. His body was shrouded with essence force. He was about to bite the tip of his tongue and use his blood essence to teleport away. However, before his essence force could be condensed, the space seemed to have frozen. Freeze! The mysterious man pointed his finger. A grey light flashed on the tip of his finger. Then, the primordial force of heaven and earth trembled and turned into invisible lines that bound Jing Zhuo's body tightly, freezing him in place. That grey light was like fire and ice, but it also seemed to be both. Jing Zhuo could not break free from this freezing at all with his early nascent soul realm cultivation base. A finger, freezing his body. Jing Zhuo's eyes were filled with shock. He had never heard of this person's technique before. This person was unfathomable. He made up his mind and wanted to detonate his physical body to forcefully break free from the freezing. But in an instant, the freezing was lifted by the mysterious man like smoke. Fellow Taoist Jing, don't worry. It's me, it's you. You are. Jing Zhuo felt strange. Is this person someone I know? Is there such an expert among my acquaintances? When he turned his head to look, his neck immediately became like a wooden stake that was stuck in the ground. He was completely stunned. Ning. Fellow Taoist Ning, it's you. How can it be you? Why can't it be me? Ning Fan smiled faintly. Just by standing there, the primordial qi of heaven and earth had become chaotic because of him. Only a late realm cultivator would be able to do something like this. He could do it. Weren't you just about to form your core? How come you've already formed your nascent soul? Furthermore, this magic power is definitely at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Moreover, it is not far from the middle stage. Fellow Taoist Ning, what have you been doing for the past 10 years? He actually cultivated from half-step golden core to nascent soul. Jing Zhuo continued to examine him. To his surprise, he discovered that Ning Fan's bone age had actually increased by 320 years in just 10 years. He was no longer a 20-year-old youth, but a 340-year-old monster. 10 years. 320 years. 32 times the flow of time. Could it be that Ning Fan entered the 5th level of the Lost World Tower? Only Divine Transformation Realm and 5th Revolution Pill Masters could enter the 5th floor. There were no exceptions. In other words, he entered the Lost World Tower with the identity of a 5th Revolution Pill Refinement Master. 5th Revolution. Isn't he a 4th Revolution Pill Master? How could there be an additional rotation? What exactly are you? Cough cough. Jingjue had too many questions he wanted to ask, but before he could open his mouth, his injuries aggravated and he coughed up blood. Are you hurt? This is. Ning Fan scanned Jingjue's body with his spirit sense and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He pointed his finger at Jingjue's body and forced out a strand of grayish qi that was deeply hidden. Crush it with a single finger. The gray gas was the unique tracking technique of the demon sealing hull. From the magic power of the gray gas, this person was actually a late nascent soul stage cultivator. The demon sealing temple. A trace of killing intent rose in Ning Fan's eyes. The demon sealing sect was truly a pestering fly. Since that was the case, he would just have to kill it. Reaching the late nascent soul realm shouldn't be too difficult. This was an apathetic gaze that only those who were truly powerful would possess. Once he entered the nascent soul realm, his cultivation would be at the early stage and his divine sense would be at the late stage. A 300-meter-tall giant, 3 nascent swords, one pointing at the body, blood-colored lightning, supreme-grade Dharma treasure, gray instant teleportation, the new primordial divine weapon, Thunder Whip, the imitation of the immortal treasure deity Striking Whip. After 320 long years, he was no longer the same as before. Chapter 194. The Grey Demon Seal had shattered. Outside of Penglai, on the clouds, the eagle crane's squinting eyes suddenly widened in shock. Impossible. The secret chi seal that I planted in Jingjue's body, the Grey Demon Seal. No one under the soul formation stage can break it. How could it be broken? Could it be that a soul formation cultivator helped Jingjue undo it? Impossible. There's only one divine transformation realm expert on the Penglai Immortal Island and he's guarding the Lost World Palace. Could it be that divine transformation realm expert? No. If it's a divine transformation realm cultivator who unseals the seal, I won't be able to detect it at all with the strength of a divine transformation realm old monster. Who is it? Elder, what's the matter? Is it Zhou Ming? Ada revealed an excited and bloodthirsty gaze. Zhou Ming. Yes. It was him. He could sense the other 2 gray demon seals. So that was how it was. Zhou Ming must have used a secret treasure to help Jingjue remove the Qi seal. This person's secret treasure can even dissolve the Grey Demon Seal. This old man must have it. Ha! Let's go. That Zhou Ming seems to be using the Grey Fiend Seal to sense me in the opposite direction. He really doesn't know his place. We'll kill him 10,000 miles away from the Lost World Palace's territory. A gleam of light appeared in the eagle crane's eyes. It grabbed Ada and flew off into the sea 5,000 kilometers away. The expressions of the cultivators passing by changed drastically. The eagle crane's escaping technique was too terrifying. It was actually at the late nascent soul realm. 10,000 miles away, the eagle crane retracted its light and stood in the sky with its hands behind its back. Its body was small, but its aura was unstoppable. This person's aura was unfamiliar and he wasn't a grand cultivator from the outer endless sea. However, many Gold Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm old monsters had seen his face on the Devil Appraisal list. The Devil of the Inner Endless Sea, ranked 342 on the Devil Evaluation Board, late Nascent Soul Realm Cultivation Base, Eagle Crane Elder. This person's reputation as a devil was extremely shocking, and his background was even more monstrous. Hiss. The 7th Elder of the Demon Sealing Hall, the Eagle Crane Elder. Shouldn't this person be running amok in the inner endless sea? Why is he here in the outer endless sea? Demon Sealing Hall. Is it very powerful? It's not just powerful. Of the 72 islands in the inner endless sea, there were 7 islands that could not be offended. These were the 7 island lords. They were 7 cultivators at the peak of the soul formation stage, known as the 7 venerables of the internal endless sea. One of the 7, the demon venerable, was the master of the demon sealing hall. If it wasn't for the agreement between the rain palace and the internal endless sea, the 7 supremes were not allowed to leave the internal endless sea. That demon venerable alone was enough to massacre the entire outer endless sea. Even if all the early stage divine transformation cultivators of the 10 sects and 3 islands attacked together, they still wouldn't be his match. What? The demon sealing hall was so powerful. But from the looks of it, this person is filled with killing intent, yet he's waiting here. Could it be that he wants to fight someone? Impossible. Who would dare to offend a late nascent soul realm cultivator? The discussions of the crowd made the eagle crane impatient. His eagle-like eyes turned cold and his hands formed a seal. Immediately, a vast amount of magic power spread out within 1,000 miles. It shook violently. The sky within 500 kilometers trembled and the clouds shattered. Gray fog filled the air and sizzling sounds echoed. With a tremor, the dozens of golden core and nascent soul cultivators who passed by spat out a mouthful of blood and their expressions changed greatly. Anyone who breathed in the gray fog had their auras thrown into chaos and coughed up blood. There was even a trace of a gray demonic poison that seemed to have been branded onto him and could not be erased. This is, the eagle crane old man's famous demonic art, Dead Ashes art. Not good. We must take the 3rd revolution detoxification pill immediately, otherwise. Many old monsters who saw the gray blood acted as if they had seen a ghost and flew away desperately to distance themselves from the eagle crane. Those golden core realm cultivators had yet to react. In just an instant, all the dead ashes within 500 kilometers suddenly burst into blue flames. As soon as the flames appeared, the area within 500 kilometers was like a sea of purgatory fire. Cries of agony could be heard. The golden core realm cultivators could not withstand the flames at all and were turned into ashes in just a moment. Nascent soul upper grade demonic art, Dead Ashes reignited. As soon as the technique was used, the dead ashes within 500 kilometers were reignited and the seawater was boiling. If you don't want to die, get lost. The eagle crane laughed loudly. Under the demonic might, no one dared to stay and watch anymore. A few nascent soul realm cultivators hurriedly ran 1,000 kilometers away. Before they could let out a sigh of relief, they saw a ray of icy light with an ear-piercing whistling sound, piercing through the sky and heading towards the eagle crane's direction. These nascent soul realm cultivators immediately lost their balance after being hit by the ray of light. Their hair was stained with frost. The icy light dispersed and turned into a young man in a white robe and black cloak. He stood in the middle of the gray fog, his eyebrows were like stars, his long hair was dancing in the wind, and his eyes were cold. As soon as this person appeared, the gray fog that had yet to disperse immediately swept towards the young man under the control of the eagle crane. However, the gray fog that could easily destroy golden core realm cultivators and injure nascent soul realm cultivators was not even qualified to make the young man raise his eyelids. Break! As soon as the word was said, a punch shattered the ice. That fist radiance, silver bone. That coldness carried a trace of frightening and astonishing cold power. With a loud bang, the fist radiance hit the sky and instantly a huge force was released, causing the void to distort and a huge fist mark was formed. With a tremble, the gray fog within 1,000 kilometers was turned into ice shards and fell into the sea with a shattering sound. The technique that made the eagle crane famous was easily broken just like that. However, the fist radiance did not stop. Halfway through, it suddenly shattered and turned into streaks of black sword sense, dispersing in all directions. The eagle crane was shaken by the fist radiance, but he retreated 10 steps in the sky and immediately took out a magical treasure to block the sword sense. His facial expression changed as he was shocked by the power of the fist and the strangeness of the sword sense. As for Ada, his arrogant expression had yet to fade away, but his body was already thrown far away like a meteor. His blood and chi were in turmoil, and the black sword sense was like a maggot attached to his bones. Immediately, Ada's injuries worsened, and he was sent flying again. After he stabilized his body, he coughed out blood non-stop. He was seriously injured. The demon sealing sect is only a so-so. If this is all you have, you can die now. Shock, absolute shock. Ada did not know much about Ning Fan. His only impression of Ning Fan was that he was seriously injured, the sword sense, and the immortal execution order. Even though Aer and San were killed by Ning Fan, Zhou Ming still did not put Ning Fan in his eyes. He only knew that Ning Fan had a deep conspiracy to kill the two of them. However, he didn't expect that even though he had broken through to the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, he couldn't even withstand a single punch from this person. As for Ing He, his face was as dark as water. His deathly ashes art was not weak. Even a silver bone cultivator's fist that contained ice could not freeze the deathly ashes fire. After all, the deathly ashes fire was a 4th-grade spiritual fire. However, under a single punch from Ning Fan, he was actually frozen within 1,000 li of ice even after using the 4th-grade spiritual fire's dead ash technique. What is the cold chi in this man's fist? What was so profound about this person's sword sense? How could it be so sharp? Even the nascent soul cultivators who had fled 1,000 miles away gasped. Not only was he shocked by his strength, but he was also shocked by his tone. Ning Fan actually did not put the demon sealing palace in his mind. Put them in his eyes. The eagle crane old man pointed at Ada with a gloomy expression. You go. Let's test Zhou Ming's background. Elder, I. At this moment, Ada actually hesitated. He no longer had the confidence that he had earlier to kill Ning Fan. Is this treasure enough for you? The eagle crane took out an item. He passed it to Ada. As soon as he received the item, the originally timid Ada's eyes were filled with joy and disbelief. Thank you, 7th Elder, for giving me this treasure. With this item, killing this person will be as easy as flipping my palm. As soon as his voice fell, Da's figure suddenly rushed out and took out a small golden seal. On that seal, it was engraved with the ancient script of the demon race. As soon as the seal was formed, it immediately turned into a small golden mountain in midair. It would teleport once every 10 zhang or so. After teleporting for more than 10 times, the mountain landed 10 zhang above Ning Fan's head with a deafening sound. Then, it fell down. The suppressive might of a mid-supreme grade treasure penetrated Ning Fan's body. The waves below it shook and formed 100 zhang tall wave. Even a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator would be severely injured if not killed by the suppressive might of this seal. An ordinary mid-supreme grade magical treasure. It was impossible for it to withstand the power of this seal. At this moment, not only the injured nascent soul realm cultivators were shocked, even Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This small golden seal was very similar to the Eastern Ocean bell. The power of this magical treasure was nothing to be afraid of. However, the demon script and the golden light on the treasure were quite powerful. Ancient demon sacrificial artifact. It's a good magical treasure, but the user is too weak. Mid-nascent soul realm. I could already kill a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator 300 years ago. Now, it's even easier. He pressed his finger on the blood star on his glabella and forcefully pulled it out. From within the blood-red starlight, a lightning whip was drawn out. This whip was refined by Ning Fan using the dragon tendon, the immemorial star and the blood-red lightning. When this whip was first refined, it was only a middle-grade Dharma treasure. However, when he broke through to the nascent soul realm, the heavenly tribulation blood lightning descended. With just one whip, the whip dispersed the heavenly tribulation blood lightning. After absorbing the heavenly tribulation blood lightning and fusing it with the heavenly tribulation blood lightning, it continued to evolve until it became a top-grade middle-grade Dharma treasure. In terms of grade, this newly refined immemorial divine weapon was the highest grade magical treasure among all the other magical treasures. As soon as the whip was drawn, the blood lightning made a sizzling sound. The sound made all the cultivators including the eagle crane felt their scalp go numb. What was that blood lightning? It seemed to carry the might of the heavens. A whip. The whip landed on the golden mountain above their heads, but it was accompanied by the loud sound of mountains and rivers collapsing. With just a whip, the power of the blood lightning erased the falling momentum of the small mountain and sent it flying. Under the power of the whip, a blood-red crack appeared in the sky. Once it was split open, it would be the void. Not only that. That whip had clearly lashed on the magic treasure. However, because of the connection between the magic treasure and its host, it was like a blood-red lightning striking Ada's heart. Ada felt a sharp pain in his dantian. His nascent soul was actually broken in the middle. He almost died when his nascent soul was broken. If someone were to look closely, they would discover that Ada's nascent soul was actually wearing a small illusory armor. This armor was the profound jade spirit equipment, the nascent soul protecting armor. It was a rare spirit equipment that could equip a cultivator's nascent soul. Once Ada's physical body died, his nascent soul would be able to escape from the enemy's magical techniques with incredible speed. However, that dignified profound jade spirit equipment was shattered by Ning Fan's unpredictable whip. What? What kind of magical treasure is this? Why did it hit my nascent soul when it hit my nascent soul? Oh. It didn't die from the first whip. It seems like the nascent soul has some kind of protection. But what about the second whip? Rumble. The second whip once again lashed on the small golden seal that had transformed into a peak. Then, the blood-red lightning struck Ada's nascent soul again through the connection between their minds. This time, there was no longer any protection. When the nascent soul died, the person died. All that was left was a corpse with a horrified and venomous expression. This was the replica of the god-striking whip. By using the ability of the heavenly tribulation lightning to lock onto the nascent soul, it could hit the cultivator's nascent soul as long as the whip hit the cultivator's nascent soul. As long as Ning Fan had this immemorial divine weapon. Any cultivator who used a magical treasure during a battle would suffer a great loss. Kill and collect the corpse. Ning Fan's eyes flickered with cold light as he stared at the eagle crane. He stomped on the void forcefully. Heaven and earth trembled and froze. A shapeless supreme-grade flying sword was forced out from heaven and earth by Ning Fan's stomp. This supreme-grade flying sword was also the treasure that made the eagle crane famous. It was called the sun-departing sword. When this sword was used in the daytime, it could use the power of the sun to conceal the shadow of the sword. Unless the cultivator's spirit sense was stronger than the user of the flying sword, no one would be able to sense the sword's sneak attack. The whip landed on the sword. The eagle crane revealed a shocked expression and vomited blood. Impossible. He couldn't understand why Zhou Ming, who was only an early nascent soul realm cultivator, could see through the sun-departing sword that was controlled by his late nascent soul realm spirit sense. He couldn't understand what exactly the blood lightning whip was. How could it be so heaven-defying that it could injure him just by striking a magical treasure? Yes, that must be it. Legend has it that every cultivator of the Zhou clan in the Eternal Endless Sea is proficient in secret techniques that can attack a cultivator's nascent soul. You really are a member of the Zhou clan. Chapter 195. The Zhou clan of the Eternal Endless Sea. Humph, this old man has been bestowed this treasure by the revered lord. Now, I'm going to deal with the Zhou clan. The eagle crane slowly calmed down, slapped his storage pouch and took out a palm-sized golden beast bronze sculpture. That golden beast was ancient and shabby. It had a wolf's body and a single horn. It looked exactly like an ancient beast from ancient chaos memories. Thunder Beast. Without a doubt, this golden beast was another ancient demon sacrificial artifact apart from the small mountain. Phoenix raising art, Thunder God descends. When the eagle crane's finger landed on the golden beast immediately flew up and circled around its body. Rays of golden light shone on the eagle crane's body, giving it a shocking ancient aura. That golden light and aura seemed to be specialized in defending against lightning. Ning Fan didn't say a word. He whipped the sun separation sword again. This time, a trace of red lightning was connected with the magical treasure and attacked the eagle crane. However, it flashed in its dantian and was immediately forced out of its body by the golden beast light. With a sizzling sound, it disappeared into the sea mist. The eagle crane grabbed the sun-departing sword and the golden seal, his eyes revealing a cold look. Zhou Ming. Your magic treasure is ineffective against me. Is that so? As expected of a late nascent soul realm cultivator. I have really underestimated you if I think I can kill you with this whip. The supporting phoenix technique. Is that the secret technique, the real method to control the sacrificial tool of the ancient demons? Ning Fan's eyes flashed. The lightning whip dispersed into traces of red lightning and disappeared into his glabella. He had yet to name this lightning whip. It was an imitation of the immortal artifact deity striking whip. By relying on the divine ability of the lightning heavenly tribulation to lock the nascent soul, it could be used to kill the nascent soul. Furthermore, he specialized in extracting the primordial god-fiend veins. With this whip, if a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator attacked him with a magic treasure, he could kill the enemy with a single whip. It was truly powerful. According to the eagle crane, the Zhou clan of the Inner Sea seemed to have a similar lightning secret art, but wasn't the eagle crane too arrogant? Did it think that it could kill him just because it blocked the lightning whip? New divine weapon, Thunder Whip. However, it was one of the new methods that Ning Fan had added to the Lost World Tower. Even without this method, he still had several methods that could kill late-stage experts. The moment Ning Fan kept the lightning whip, his eyes changed. A hint of rain. It turned into sword energy and flashed in his eyes. The wind blows in Penglai, and it's the season of fog in the sea. Ning Fan's expression was indifferent. His black hair fluttered in the wind. Step by step, he walked towards the eagle crane. Every step he took caused ripples in heaven and earth. Every single step he took seemed to be treading on Elder Eagle Crane's Tao heart. This was a kind of power. At this moment, the air within 1,000 miles seemed to be oppressive as if it was anticipating a heavy downpour. No rain. This sword style is called the Sword of No Rain. The Zhou family of the Inner Sea. Demon Sealing Hull. Ning Fan didn't care about these things and killed the eagle crane. Naturally, he would know everything after searching his memories. From Ning He's point of view, Ning Fan was just an early nascent soul realm cultivator. Even if Ning Fan was a cultivator of the Zhou clan, his lightning beast magical treasure was able to restrain the Zhou clan's lightning secret technique. As such, Ning Fan had nothing to fear. But now, the eagle crane realized that he was wrong. It was his own assessment of Ning Fan's strength. Too many mistakes. Ning Fan took a step towards the sky as if he wanted to crush the eagle crane's Tao heart. 3 steps later, the eagle crane's face was pale and his blood flow was in chaos. 5 steps later, the eagle crane found it hard to gather his magical power and found it hard to breathe. 8 steps later, the eagle crane's heart was filled with alarm. In his eyes, Ning Fan who was walking towards him seemed to have turned into a sword. A sword that was suspended between heaven and earth. A blood sword that was approaching him inch by inch. He immediately realized that Ning Fan was displaying some kind of sword technique when he was just taking a step forward. Sword fusion with heaven's primordial chi was obviously a nascent realm sword technique. Once Ning Fan took the 9th step, the aura of each step would increase and turn into a deadly sword that would kill him. What a strange sword technique. Even without a sword, it can still kill the enemy. The eagle crane waved his hand and pointed his sun separation sword in front of his chest without hesitation. At this moment, Ning Fan took the 9th step. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes were like swords. His killing intent surged and his eyes looked up. A boundless sword with the power of rain fell down along with the blood rain within 1,000 miles. The blood rain turned into swords and the area within 1,000 miles was filled with blood sword light. First style of nascent sword, 9 steps heaven treading. Following Ning Fan's words, all the blood swords flew towards the eagle crane like locusts. The scene was like a fly falling into a pond, and it instantly drew over countless small fish in the pond, causing them to swarm over like tidewater and fight for it. Low-grade magical treasure, sun separation sword. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was shattered by the boundless blood sword light. The eagle crane's eyes shrunk. This sword technique could shatter low-grade magical treasures. Without a doubt, it meant that killing an early nascent soul realm cultivator was as easy as flipping one's hand. Impossible. The Zhou clan never had a sword cultivator. How could this person learn such a sword technique? One sword to kill a nascent soul realm cultivator. Even an intermediate nascent soul realm cultivator would find it hard to resist. He revealed a crazed expression and summoned the small mountain seal to block in front of him. He then pointed at the small beast to protect his back. Low-grade magical treasures could not block this sword, so what if it was an intermediate magical treasure? But something unexpected happened. Rays of blood sword light pierced through the defense of the 2 magical treasures like a ghost passing through a wall. They pierced into the eagle crane's body like raindrops. This sword was not a tangible object. It was a sword without rain created by the great force of heaven and earth and the divine intent of rain. After the 9 steps heaven treading, the great force of heaven and earth was compressed into a sword. This sword was not a sword of spiritual sense, but a sword of great force that was similar to a formation attack. The eagle crane only realized this when the sword chi entered his body, but it was too late. The sword entered his body and the blood was wreaking havoc in his body, cutting his organs and meridians one by one. Then, it attacked the nascent soul in his dantian. In just a breath's time, the eagle crane was already severely injured and vomited blood. His face was as pale as a piece of paper, but his eyes turned fierce and he spat out a red bead. This bead was called the chaotic force bead. It was specially used to destroy divine transformation grand formations. The explosion of a bead could disrupt the great force of heaven and earth. It could even shatter a low-grade divine transformation grand formation. Treasures were hard to defend against the sword of great force, but this bead could shatter the sword. However, this bead was extremely precious. One bead could be sold for millions of immortal jades. In order to save his life, the eagle crane was really helpless. Break! Break! Break for me! The chaotic force bead was broken. A wave of chaotic force exploded in the sky and tore the gap in the great force like a piece of white paper. It tore the great force of heaven and earth apart in an instant. The great force was in chaos and the sword light was swaying. Exploded, Ning Fan's eyes slightly moved. He was indeed a late nascent soul realm cultivator. He had such a treasure with him that he could even break the great force of heaven and earth for a while. However, even though the eagle crane was able to block the 9 steps heaven treading sword, his appearance was too embarrassing. He broke the distant sun sword and abandoned the chaotic force bead. Even so, he was still seriously injured because of a moment of carelessness. Even though the 9 steps heaven treading sword was a nascent soul realm elementary sword technique, an early nascent soul realm cultivator would definitely die. A mid-nascent soul realm cultivator would definitely be seriously injured. A late nascent soul realm cultivator would also be seriously injured. Unless he was a peak nascent soul realm cultivator who could sense a trace of force from heaven and earth. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to receive the attack without suffering any injuries. On the other hand, Ning Fan did not use any of his magical power in the 9 steps heaven treading sword technique borrowed the force of heaven and earth. He was still in his peak state. Even though the eagle crane was not dead yet, he still had the strength to fight. However, he was afraid of Ning Fan. He was not an ordinary late nascent soul realm cultivator. He was considered one of the best late nascent soul realm cultivators in the inner sea realm. However, he could not even fight back against Ning Fan, who was just a peak early nascent soul realm cultivator. This meant that Ning Fan's combat power was comparable to a peak nascent soul realm cultivator even though his cultivation realm was not high. I still have a few chaotic force beads. Zhou Ming. I will leave now. I will not be your enemy for the rest of my life. Please give face to the demon sealing sect and let me go. He hid the ferocity in his eyes, cupped his fists and was about to teleport away. From his point of view, it was not difficult for Ning Fan to kill him. However, Ning Fan did not kill him right away. Humph. So what if he is a cultivator of the Zhou clan? He's still afraid of the demon sealing hall. This Zhou Ming doesn't dare to kill me. When I return to the hall, I'll ask a few great cultivators to help me. We'll definitely be able to kill this person and take revenge. However, the eagle crane did not know that he was completely wrong. Yes, Ning Fan could kill him with a wave of his hand. However, up until now, he had not used his true trump card yet. However, it was definitely not because he was afraid of the demon sealing sect. Instead, he was using the eagle crane to test his moves. He wanted to test out the new technique that he had comprehended in the Lost World Tower. In his eyes, the eagles and cranes were nothing more than livestock. He had to kill them, but before he killed them, they were only useful as a test. In the Lost World Tower, he modified his self-created Rainless Sword, Harmonious Spirit Sword Chi into Sword Fire and Gold Core Sword Chi into White Bones Mountain. Based on his understanding of the primordial force of heaven and earth after breaking through to the nascent soul realm, he modified the 3 types of sword techniques into 3 nascent soul realm sword chi. These were the 3 swords of the nascent soul realm. Together with the 1 sword drawing heart that was originally at the nascent soul realm, they were known as the 4 swords of the nascent soul realm. Seeing that the eagle crane, which was only qualified to be his test subject, wanted to run away, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with ridicule. Did I say you could leave? Second form of nascent sword. He pressed a finger on his forehead. Under the starlight, Separation Slayer was in his hand. The sword moved and the primordial force moved. As the Separation Slayer drew an arc in the sky, the primordial force within 1,000 li became chaotic. The eagle crane who was about to use the primordial force of heaven and earth to escape was stopped. Zhou Ming. I am a disciple of the demon sealing palace. How dare you kill me? Let's not talk about whether you dare or not. Can you kill me? Although I am not as good as you, I am blessed by the revered Lord. My magical treasures will never be something that a cultivator of the external endless sea like you can imagine. Noisy. Fire puppet, lightning extermination, leaf K, mountain split, ice extinction. 3 form of nascent sword, primordial sword. Every word of the sword incantation triggered the power of a line. This sword was born from the fire transformation sword. However, it wasn't just fire that could become a sword. The 5 elements of heaven and earth could become a sword. On the Separation Slayer, the power of the 5 elements turned into a layer of thick white primordial force. The first sword, Sword of Force. The second sword, Primordial Sword. With a single sword in the air, 1,000 li of ocean was cut open. The primordial chi sword light was thousands of zhang wide. With an ear-piercing sword hum, it slashed at Inghe's body at an unimaginable speed. This move was a nascent realm intermediate sword art. Under the mid-nascent soul realm, it could be slashed by a single sword. If Inghe wasn't severely injured, he could still resist it. However, he was severely injured and careless. He thought that Ning Fan wouldn't dare to kill him. That was why he took the attack head-on. Before he could react, the primordial sword had already penetrated his body. His nascent soul was almost crushed. At the moment of death, the golden plate that was tied around his neck shattered into pieces. A wave of destructive magical power shook around his body and shattered the primordial sword light that was powerful enough to kill a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. However, Inghe didn't feel lucky at all. He was shocked. Sword of Primordial Force. Only a great cultivator could condense primordial force into a sword with his profound understanding of the primordial force of heaven and earth. How could I be a match for this man with such a technique? If it wasn't for the death exemption golden plate that my revered lord bestowed upon me, I would have been dead. This golden plate could block a great cultivator's killing blow. After using it, Inghe would have no other means to defend himself. This sword didn't kill you. In that case, I can only use the third sword. What? You still have the third sword? Inghe was scared. The first sword, Sword of Momentum. Low-grade Nascent Realm. The second sword. Sword of Primordial Realm. Mid-grade Nascent Realm. Although he didn't know what kind of sword the third sword was, it must be at least high-grade Nascent Realm. I must escape. I must take a gamble and display my incomplete secret technique. Inghe mobilized his primordial force and teleported away. His eyes were filled with madness as he formed hand seals with all 10 of his fingers. Ning Fan's combat power was comparable to a great cultivator. He was definitely not a match for Ning Fan. If he didn't use this technique, he would definitely die. This technique wasn't completed yet. If he failed, he would die from the backlash of the technique. However, he might as well risk his life. His fingers moved and the demonic technique was born. 2 demon corpses separated from Inghe's body. One was 100 zhang tall eagle corpse. The other was 100 zhang tall crane corpse. He spurted out mouthfuls of blood essence as he madly formed hand seals. A strange feeling rose between him and the 2 corpses. Demonic technique, corpse melting technique. Almost all of his blood essence was spurted out. Everything was a gamble. He made up his mind and split his sea of consciousness into 3 parts, which went into the 2 demon corpses respectively. This technique didn't work. His sea of consciousness would shatter and he would die. In the moment of despair, the 2 dead nascent soul realm demon corpses opened their eyes at the same time. Within the demonic light, they turned into human forms. One was wearing an eagle robe while the other was wearing a crane cloak. They were 2 late nascent soul realm refined corpses. It wasn't quite right to call them refined corpses. This technique was to strip the sea of consciousness and fuse it into the corpse's sea of consciousness. From this moment onwards, the 3 late nascent soul realm cultivators were all Inghe. After the 3 corpses were formed, Inghe let out a wild laugh. His confidence was boosted and he no longer teleported away. I did it. Ha! This old man was lucky enough to succeed in this corpse melting technique that kills 9 out of 10 people. Ha! The heavens didn't kill me. From today onwards, I will have 3 bodies. All 3 bodies are late nascent soul realm cultivators. I can even fight against a great cultivator. Zhou Ming. Prepare to die. Thousands of li away, the onlookers were shocked. They had never seen such a technique that allowed a late nascent soul realm cultivator to possess 10 late nascent soul realm demon corpses. If a late nascent soul realm cultivator could fuse dozens of late nascent soul realm demon corpses, perhaps even an early spirit severing realm old monster would have to retreat. This was the most terrifying technique of the demon sealing palace. This was the reason why they raised ferocious demon beasts. At this moment, these nascent soul realm old monsters were extremely afraid of the demon sealing palace in the internal sea. Almost everyone thought that Ning Fan was no match for the Ying He. No matter how strong his combat power was, he was still just an early nascent soul realm cultivator. However, his opponents were 3 late nascent soul realm cultivators. The combined strength of the 3 of them was not a simple addition. The 3 bodies of the demon melting technique worked together seamlessly. Even a great cultivator would have to retreat. However, Ning Fan was still silent. The Separation Slayer sword trembled and turned into the form of a gigantic white bone sword. As for him, the gigantic sword trembled. Lightning flashed and the gigantic sword was like a mountain. Ning Fan straightened the gigantic sword and turned it into a ray of sword light that flashed across the sky. In just an instant, the sword light dragged a long tail in the sky. Before the group of nascent soul realm cultivators could react, Ning Fan was already standing behind the Ying He trio. He gently shook the gigantic sword. Blood dripped from the sword. The shadow of the white bone contained the profound principle of turning shadows into swords. This sword was evolved from a core realm sword technique. This sword technique required one to condense all of his strength into his feet and leap in the air, turning it into a swift and sharp sword force. The third style of nascent soul sword, shadow sword. This sword technique almost consumed all of my strength. Unless I break through to the second realm of the silver bone, I won't be able to use it too much. Moreover, these 3 late nascent soul realm corpses are really a pity. As soon as Ning Fan's indifferent voice fell, the corpses of the Ying He and the nascent soul realm exploded into a mist of blood. In just a flash, they had been slashed by Ning Fan's gigantic sword thousands of times. A high-grade nascent soul realm sword technique. Ning Fan used up all of his strength in one strike, but the power was shocking. Kill them and take their treasures. The unconscious nascent soul of the Ying He was captured by Ning Fan and sealed in his storage pouch. After keeping the pouch, Ning Fan kept the Separation Slayer sword and his eyes turned cold. Watch the nascent soul realm cultivators. 1 million immortal jade per person and let me plant a restrictive spell on them. Otherwise, die. WH. What? We are just rogue cultivators of the external endless sea. We have nothing to do with the demon sealing palace. Why do you want to rob us of our immortal jade? Plant a restrictive spell. Even if you are a grand cultivator, you are not allowed to rampage in the external endless sea and bully rogue cultivators. You must know. Noisy. Gray origin chi surged around Ning Fan's body. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the nascent soul realm cultivator who retorted. Ning Fan slapped the early nascent soul realm cultivator's face drastically changed. Before he could escape, Ning Fan's palm had already landed on the top of his head. His body trembled and turned into a mist of blood, leaving only the terrified nascent soul realm cultivator. So you are just rogue cultivators. I thought you were cultivators of a sect. That's why I was soft-hearted. Since you are rogue cultivators, you can die now. Ning Fan's body exploded and turned into a black sword sense. In the next moment, the remaining 5 injured nascent soul realm cultivators let out a miserable cry. The sword sense entered their bodies and crushed their nascent souls. However, Ning Fan kept their physical bodies. If they were cultivators of a sect, they would usually have a life plate. Ning Fan did not want to kill wantonly and provoke a spirit-severing realm cultivator. However, if they were rogue cultivators, he would not mind killing them. The rogue cultivators of the Endless Sea were all bloodthirsty people. If you were strong, he would be a rogue cultivator. If you were weak, he would be a bandit and kill you instead. After achieving the Devil Dao, Ning Fan's character became colder and colder. The storage pouches of the Ying He, Big and the 6 nascent soul realm cultivators should be around 20 million immortal jade. This was the way of survival in the Endless Sea. It was to seek protection from the sect or to rob and kill. As rogue cultivators who dared to enter the Endless Sea, they must be prepared. However, Ning Fan did not leave after killing all of them. He raised his indifferent eyes and looked at a cloud in the sky with a sneer. "Miss Bei, are you here to watch me kill someone?" Aya, what a terrifying killing intent. A petite girl in red clothes with red hair and a dragon bun appeared behind the cloud. She looked at Ning Fan with her beautiful eyes. "Not bad. You killed people without any hesitation. How about it? Do you want to be my servant?" "Io, this killing intent. Could it be that you want to kill me as well?" "Hee, I am not that arrogant to think that I can kill a girl under the protection of a spirit-severing realm puppet. Farewell." Ning Fan left in a flash of grey light. As for Bei Xiaoman, her beautiful eyes flashed with red light and she licked her lips. What a delicious killing intent. If I eat this person, my Gui Star killing intent will be able to. Miss Xiaoman, don't provoke this person. A spirit-severing realm mountain soldier appeared beside her. Humph. He is just an inferior grade evil vein. Although he has peak combat strength in the early stage, there is no harm in killing him. No. This person gives me a dangerous feeling. He still has some tricks that he hasn't used yet. Once he uses them, even I will not be able to protect myself. Is there such a thing? Could it be that I have underestimated this person? I don't think so. Even an early nascent soul realm wouldn't be able to fight against a spirit-severing realm expert. Could it be that this person can? Ning Fan teleported and stood on Penglai Immortal Island. His eyes flashed with cold light. This girl has a killing intent towards me. Even if it's very faint. She is a good cauldron. If I can subdue her secretly, I can use her identity to enter and leave the Lost World Tower as I wish. I can even turn Penglai into my territory in the external Endless Sea. If I don't have that spirit-severing realm stone soldier, it won't be difficult to capture her. Before entering the tower, he could kill mid-nascent soul realm experts. After leaving the tower, he could fight peak nascent soul realm experts. In the past, Ning Fan would never be able to say such words. However, he had to pay the price of becoming a devil. If he didn't get rid of the devil in his heart, his personality had turned cold. Since his heart had become a devil, he would become a supreme devil monarch. Even if he had to defile himself and become a devil, he would still have to achieve the obsession in his heart. So what if he could sweep across the Endless Sea and plunder the world? Chapter 196. After killing Ada, 3 grey demon seals appeared in his body. After killing the eagle crane, the 3 grey demonic seals shattered and a purple demonic seal appeared in his body. Ning Fan could shatter the demon seal of the eagle crane, but he couldn't shatter this purple demon seal. According to Ning Fan's deduction, this seal was most likely planted by a spirit-severing realm cultivator. It seems like I will still be hunted down by the demon sealing sect after killing the eagle crane. This was gratitude and grudges. Revenge breeds revenge, and there would never be an end to it, unless one day Ning Fan flattened the demon sealing sect. Although I can't break this seal, it's even more impossible for you to catch me with it. Forcing the purple monster mark into the All-Heaven relic, the feeling of being tracked disappeared. The only ones who knew that he had killed Ayer and San were Ying He and Ada. Other than Bei Xiaoman, no one else knew that he had killed Eagle Crane and Ada. Bei Xiaoman's hostility towards him was unfathomable, but she did not dare to violate the rules of the Lost World Palace and leak his information. In this way, things were back to square one. The demon sealing palace probably only knew that his surname was Zhou. They might not even know what he looked like. As for those nascent soul realm cultivators who were watching from the sidelines, Ning Fan showed no mercy at all. Despite knowing how powerful the Eagle Crane and Ning Fan were, he still chose not to flee despite being injured. Instead, he was willing to take the risk. If he was not an idiot, then he must be thinking of reaping some benefits while the two experts were fighting each other. If Ning Fan and the Eagle Crane were both injured, the onlookers would immediately take action and kill them regardless of their identities. This was the law of survival in the Endless Sea. Therefore, there was no need for Ning Fan to show any mercy. It was impossible to accumulate enough magic power to advance by relying on one's lifespan. A divine transformation realm expert would need 600,000 years of hard work to attain 10,000 units of magic power. However, a divine transformation realm expert would only have a lifespan of 5,000 years. Every divine transformation realm expert had to fight their way through the sea of blood. Of course, he was talking about independent cultivators and not the disciples of the great powers. If you can't get it, you can only snatch it. If he couldn't snatch it, he could only snatch it by force. If he were to concoct pills honestly, he would also be able to concoct quite a number of 4th or 5th revolution pills and sell them for money. However, it would naturally not be as fast as killing people for their jades. Penlai Immortal Island. He turned into a streak of light and flew fearlessly in the sky. Only nascent soul cultivators could fly on the island, but he could. In the guest house. He descended and appeared in Jingzhua's room. Jingzhua was waiting for Ning Fan. When he saw Ning Fan return, he laughed heartily. It seemed like Ning Fan had gone to kill the Eagle Crane. Although he did not know if he managed to kill the Eagle Crane or not, he most likely won. However, after sensing Ning Fan's malevolent chi, the smile on his face turned into one of shock. After the murder, one's body would carry blood energy, but only by killing Yuanying would there be evil energy left behind, because it would harm the harmony of the heavens. If they killed a semi-divine transformation cultivator, they would leave behind a baleful aura because those who could kill semi-divine transformation cultivators were all ferocious demons. Killing a nascent soul cultivator was a bit vicious, but it was the season of the sea and the wind was blowing. It was time to dissipate. There was no doubt that Ning Fan had killed more than one nascent soul realm cultivator during the short period of time he was out. Fellow Taoist Ning. Your evil aura is so strong. Well, the lives of 8 nascent soul cultivators are indeed heavy. W.H. What? 8 nascent soul realm cultivators. Jingzhua's expression changed drastically. From the time Ning Fan went out to the time he returned, it did not take long for him to kill 8 people. All of them were nascent soul cultivators. After all, he was born in a low-grade cultivation country. In Yu country, nascent soul realm cultivators were supreme existences. He had seen Ning Fan killing corpse devils and several nascent soul realm cultivators in Great Jin, but it was a tough battle. At this moment, Ning Fan was standing in front of him with abundant magical power, but he had killed 8 nascent soul realm cultivators. This undoubtedly meant that ordinary nascent soul realm cultivators did not even have the power to fight back against Ning Fan. As for that he was most likely dead. Ning Fan's eyes were so calm and indifferent even after killing 8 people. This coldness gave Jingzhua a sense of strangeness and familiarity. The strangeness was Ning Fan's change. The familiarity was that this kind of gaze could only be possessed by nascent soul realm cultivators in mid-grade cultivation countries. This kid is no longer a junior who has just started cultivating the devil path. Be it his age or cultivation realm, they are both at the level of a peerless devil lord. In addition, this kid is meticulous and cunning. He would be the overlord of an ordinary mid-grade cultivation country. Even the king of Great Jin is not qualified to compete with him. Phew. Fortunately, I did a divination under the hands of the divine divination old man and did not offend this kid, otherwise, Jing Zhuo could imagine what would have happened to him if he was the old devil Purple Yin or the Ying He. Fellow Taoist Jing Zhuo, hurry up and return to your country. I have offended the demon sealing sect. I'm afraid the outer endless sea will be thrown into chaos because of me. Hee hee. Now, I don't want to stay in this endless sea any longer. I might die in a foreign land if I stay for even a second longer. Keep this storage pouch. When you return to your country, I only have one request. Anyone who dares to offend my loved ones will be killed. He casually passed a nascent soul realm cultivator's storage pouch to Jing Zhuo. There was a low-grade supreme-grade magical treasure and a few peak high-grade magical treasures. After scanning the storage pouch with his spirit sense, Jing Zhuo was overjoyed. He immediately kept it and promised Ning Fan solemnly. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Ning. As long as I am still in your country, the likes of the heavenly Tao sect will not dare to behave atrociously in your country. Jing Zhuo knew that Ning Fan had already cultivated the devil Tao. What he wanted from him was a promise. Seeing Jing Zhuo's promise, Ning Fan nodded his head. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and added, I remember that fellow Taoist Jing has a seed flame of green yuan, that's right. I obtained this flame by chance when I was traveling around various countries when I was at the Gold Core realm. If fellow Taoist Ning needs it, I can force it out and give it to you as a gift. Jing Zhuo's cultivation base would certainly suffer a great loss if he forced out the seed flame. However, he did not dare to reject Ning Fan's offer. However, Ning Fan shook his head. With a thought, he flicked his finger and shot out a seed flame of the black demon flame. The green yuan flame was ranked 8th in the earth vein while the black demon flame was ranked 7th. He gave Jing Zhuo this flame to replenish his lost cultivation base. Secondly, there was a more profound reason. Take this seed flame and announce that the black demon flame of Han Yuanji of Sinister Sparrow sect is just a seed flame in your country. There is no earth vein demonic flame in your country. What? Understood. Jing Zhuo immediately understood Ning Fan's intention after receiving the flame. In Great Jin, there was once a spirit-severing realm demon general who sent Lady Camellia to search for the black demon flame. The earth vein demonic flame was ranked 5th, Ning Fan, who was still a young boy, did not know its power. But now, he knew that this flame must not be used casually before reaching the spirit-severing realm. Otherwise, it would attract the attention of spirit-severing realm old monsters. Moreover, this flame was not the strongest spiritual flame in the Rain world. There was still a 6th grade above the 5th grade and a 7th grade above the 6th grade. Ning Fan was not here. In order to prevent nascent soul realm and spirit-severing realm experts like Lady Camellia from coming to your country to search for this flame, there was a method of using this seed flame to deceive people. To avoid unnecessary trouble. No one would want the seed flame, speaking of which, Jing Zhuo made a profit by exchanging the 7th rank black demon flame for the 8th rank green yuan flame. He did not want this seed flame to devour it. Instead, he wanted the earth vein demonic flame of the Lost World Palace, the green yuan flame. If he obtained the seed flame, he might need it in the future. Even if he could not use it, it would not be a problem. Jing Zhuo left. Ning Fan stood alone in the guest house. He heaved a deep sigh and took out a piece of black fire jade. When he broke through to the nascent soul realm and refined the black demon flame again, he discovered that there was a drop of Heart of God intent hidden in the flame. That drop of Heart of God intent was left behind by the old monster. The spirit intent in the drop of heart turned into a warning to the spirit-severing realm cultivators who were investigating the flame. Ning Fan finally understood. Why did revered Snow take good care of him in Great Jin and did not dare to snatch his cold pine essence? Get lost. That voice was small and insignificant. That aura was that of a true immortal. That silent protection. It warmed Ning Fan's heart that was possessed by the devil. Finally, a smile appeared on his ice-cold face. "Master, it has been more than 10 years. How are you doing in the sword world?" He had no parents, but the old monster was like a father to him, a father who led him to the true devil Tao. He had a master and a wife in the snowstorm of 7 Apricot City. Although the weather was cold, it was the first time he felt warm. But that warmth was shattered because of Moksha Emperor. Han Yetian. I have formed my nascent soul. After that, I will become spirit-severing realm. Void refinement realm. Void fragmentation. There are still 90 years left. Soon, you will be punished for betraying your master. In the guest house of Qin clan, he stayed in this guest house. 100 immortal jades a day was nothing to a nascent soul realm cultivator. After breaking through to the nascent soul realm, it was foolish to enter the Lost World Tower to cultivate before reaching the peak. To cultivate and absorb the primordial force of heaven and earth, it was impossible to break through to the nascent soul realm unless it was a place with excellent spiritual veins and a cultivator with heaven-defying aptitude. 10,000 units of magical power and 600,000 years could be achieved through hard cultivation. Only pills, inheritances, secret techniques and other means could be used to attain the spirit-severing realm. If one wanted to attain the spirit-severing realm in the shortest time possible, he would have to resort to all means. Before leaving the Lost World Tower, he had made a plan to attain the spirit-severing realm, which was to capture the rogue cultivators of the Outer Endless Sea. Rogue cultivators were mostly cultivators from various countries who came to the Endless Sea in search of fortune. This so-called fortune, of course, included killing and robbing. If one didn't want to kill, he would join a sect and do some tasks to cultivate. But that way, the sect's resources would be limited and he wouldn't have a chance to attain the spirit-severing realm. Therefore, nascent soul realm rogue cultivators were mostly not good people in the Outer Endless Sea. There was no law of the rain world here, so killing was not a crime. However, there were too few female cultivators among the rogue cultivators. Plucking a nascent soul realm female cultivator was equivalent to consuming a nascent soul realm Dao fruit, which could increase his magical power by 20 units. A mid-nascent soul realm female cultivator would have more than an early nascent soul realm cultivator, and a late nascent soul realm cultivator would have more magical power than a mid-nascent soul realm female cultivator. Moreover, this efficiency was unique to the yin-yang transformation. It was already a wonderful thing if a normal nascent soul realm devil technique could increase one's magical power by 10 units. A nascent soul realm Dao fruit could increase one's magical power by 20 units, which was about 5 million immortal jade. Of course, if it was auctioned, the price would be even higher. As for the nascent soul realm human cauldron, it was slightly cheaper and could be bought for 3 million immortal jade. In addition, there were also Bing Ling, Yu Ling and the other female cultivators in the cauldron ring, Camellia Lady and Feng Xian Lady. However, Ning Fan wasn't sure if plucking the female cultivators would increase his magical power or demonic power. If it was demonic power, although it could also increase his strength, it would not be able to break through to the mid-nascent soul realm. 93 units of magical power. He needed 7 more units to break through to the mid-nascent soul realm. It seemed like it was time for him to spend the 20 million immortal jade. Putting aside the spiritual wine of the Green Bamboo Palace, the Pill Cauldron Gate seemed to be selling nascent soul realm human cauldrons. This Pill Cauldron Gate would choose the best human cauldrons and use secret medicines to escort them all the way to the nascent soul realm. Even if the human cauldrons were to form a nascent soul realm, there would still be a restriction placed on them, making them unable to resist. The human cauldrons that the Pill Cauldron Gate bought were extremely skillful and all of them were virgins. As long as you don't kill them afterwards, the female cauldrons wouldn't feel disgusted. Recently, coincidentally, there was an auction of human cauldrons held by the Pill Cauldron Gate. I heard that other than human cauldrons, they would also sell other things. The matter of plucking the 2 demons could be discussed after buying the human cauldrons. Before that, he should first get rid of the nascent soul of the eagle crane old man and absorb all the corpse chi from the corpses of the nascent soul realm old monsters. The flesh and blood could also be used to increase his demonic power through the blood-eating secret technique. He patted his storage pouch and took out the eagle crane old man's nascent soul. Ning Fan's eyes were cold and he placed his palm on the nascent soul's head. Soul searching and memory erasing. From this person's memory, not only could he learn the true usage of the ancient demon sacrificial artifact, the phoenix supporting technique, he could also understand the secrets of the demon sealing palace. Ah San's memory was not enough. His identity was limited and his knowledge about the demon sealing palace was also limited. However, the eagle crane old man was the seventh elder of the demon sealing palace. Soul Search. Chapter 197. He searched her soul and invaded her head. The eagle crane old man's sea of consciousness seemed to be gray. Because he had split his sea of consciousness into three and used the Yao merging art, the area of his sea of consciousness was small. It was not a special sea of consciousness, but cultivating Yao arts had caused the sea of consciousness to be tainted by Yao power. The shadow of Ning Fan's spirit sense stood above the gray ocean. With a wave of his hand, he summoned drops of seawater from the ocean. A drop of seawater, a trace of memory. Eagle crane, demonic vein cultivator, devil cultivator. There were countless devil cultivators in the inner sea who cultivated demonic arts and demonic meridians like him. This person didn't cultivate an immemorial demon vein but just an ordinary feather vein which was similar to Ning Fan's. His memories flashed through his mind like a flashing lantern, and he could see the life of this person. Scenes of slaughter and blood, from an ordinary demonic cultivator to the point where he had cultivated for 1700 years to his current level. The devil appraisal ranking, the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea, the 100,000 floating islands and many other secrets of the internal sea. Ning Fan had managed to learn a thing or two from his memories. However, the seawater was on the verge of drying up. At the very bottom, there was a layer of seawater that was sealed by the purple demonic power. The secrets of the demon sealing palace were hidden within the purple seal. Even Ning Fan would not be able to break the seal without suffering any damage. He tried to probe the lower part and learn information about the phoenix raising art and the Yao fusing art. But the result was that when he touched the forbidden ground, his entire sea of consciousness immediately lit up with purple light and collapsed. It was a close shave. After withdrawing his spirit sense, a trace of purple blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. This seal was left behind by the master of the demon sealing palace, Venerable Demon. Just a single demon seal was enough to make Ning Fan cough out blood. This seal was to prevent the sex cultivators from falling into the enemy's hands. Soul searching was another kind of mental restriction. He calmed himself down, and after a long time, his mind was at peace. The internal endless sea is very dangerous. Almost as soon as I'm alone there, I'll immediately be attacked by the human race, the demon race, the devil race and many other races. Not to mention the fact that no one cares if I kill anyone there. The 7 venerated beings of the internal endless sea have shocking cultivation bases. Even with the immemorial devil veins, they were still unable to contend against it. The further one went on the path of cultivation, the greater the gap was. It's not easy. The demon sealing palace is not only a force of the 72 islands of the internal endless sea, but also one of the 7 islands of the internal endless sea. The master of the demon sealing palace can destroy the outer endless sea alone, the endless sea, the cultivation tomb. This place is extremely dangerous. The only way to protect myself is to keep improving my cultivation. He swallowed the eagle crane nascent soul in one bite and quickly refined it with his demonic arts. After refining the 6 Yuanian corpses, his demonic arts had reached rank 10. He could barely be considered as intermediate Jindan. Just like that, he secluded himself for 3 days. 3 days later, Ning Fan's evil qi had already dispersed. He summoned Bing Ling and Yu Ling and went out of the room. In the tavern of the Qin clan's guest house, he inquired about the news of the Danding School's auction. In 10 years, in the Cauldron Ring, the two girls had already reached the middle stage of the gold core realm. Among the gold core cauldrons, it was considered not bad. A woman could be sold for 50,000 immortal jades. Of course, it was impossible for Ning Fan to sell cauldrons. He was not a good person, nor was he a bad person, but he would never abandon his cauldron. There was no reason for him to do so. It was just his principle. It was good to let the two girls get some fresh air. Even in the boundless sea, his strength was more than enough to protect 2 gold core female cultivators. 10 years. To their horror, they realized that they could no longer see through Ning Fan's cultivation base. Inside the private room, the two sisters were pouring wine for Ning Fan with one on his left and the other on his right. They were respectful and curious. Curious. Even though they were separated by the formation light, they could still feel the unique sea breeze of the boundless sea. What's Master's current cultivation base? Could it be that you have already reached the late stage of the gold core realm? Ning Fan shook his head and laughed. He only had the mood to tease his old friends. He was still the same Ning Fan in the past. I'll allow you two to touch. What? How dare I touch Master? Bing Ling was terrified, but her eyes were sparkling with anticipation. Yu Ling, on the other hand, stretched out her hand and touched Ning Fan's dantian. Even though it was separated by the robe, he could still feel a smooth and small hand caressing his abdomen. I can't even feel if there is a gold core. Let me touch a little more. Moon Spirit's charming face made an innocent expression, but a trace of craftiness flashed in her eyes. Below her pink neck, she was already blushing and her heart was beating extremely fast. She and her elder sister, Bing Ling, were raised as cauldrons since young and were taught all kinds of techniques by the grandmother who guarded them. What they cultivated was not the righteous cultivation method but the cultivation method of cauldrons. Every part of their cultivation was filled with seduction techniques. If it was an ordinary evil woman who cultivated seduction techniques, she would probably capture some strong men and pluck them after they had sex with them. But these two were different. They had to cultivate the dual cultivation technique every day while being monitored by others. They couldn't do anything that would violate their chastity. They were cauldrons raised for old devil Purple Een to form his nascent soul. They had no freedom. Before they met Ning Fan, they couldn't even comfort each other. They could only do it secretly, but Ning Fan acquiesced to their Yuri behavior, which made the two of them secretly heave a sigh of relief. Their hearts were lonely after all. They had been trapped in the cauldron ring for 10 years. Every day, their minds were confused by the red mist. Gradually, the comfort between sisters was no longer enough. They needed to break through that layer and enter it to fill up the emptiness in their hearts. It wasn't shameful. Ordinary women would have such a feeling. However, most cultivation methods could improve one's state of mind and suppress one's desires. However, cauldron cultivation methods needed to stimulate one's desires and immerse oneself in it. Only then would they be able to provide more benefits to their master when plucking. Their hearts had already belonged to Ning Fan in countless life and death situations. If their master was Purple Een, they wouldn't offer themselves to him even if they couldn't bear it. They were aroused after all. Ning Fan was their master, but he didn't pluck them. They were very grateful for his kindness, but they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The two of them had fulfilled their vow and willingly followed Ning Fan for life, but Ning Fan didn't show any signs of dual cultivation until now. Originally, the two of them hoped that they could offer themselves to Ning Fan when he formed his core. Unfortunately, Ning Fan had too many methods to form his core and didn't take their primordial Een. The elder sister, Bing Ling, had a reserved personality and didn't talk much. The younger sister, Moon Spirit, was lively and bold, but as a woman, she wouldn't take the initiative to ask for sex. Perhaps, today is an opportunity. Moon Spirit thought. As long as she could reach her hands into her master's clothes and look below his dantian, she could touch that. Then, Moon Spirit was confident that she could arouse her master's desire, and then, sister, how can you make such a request to master? Master's skin. Is it something you can touch? Bing Ling's face turned red and reprimanded her. Even she wanted to touch it herself. Sister, you are so stupid. Moon Spirit kept blinking her eyes, but Bing Ling. It was as if she couldn't comprehend the divine intent within. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. With his 300 years of wisdom, how could he not see through Moon Spirit's thoughts? This Moon Spirit was really bold and wild. She dared to have evil thoughts towards him. He let them go and didn't pluck them for the sake of his kindness, but the two of them seemed to be very active. He was an evil cultivator, not a saint. Why should he be shy when the girls had feelings for him? However, this restaurant was not the right place. Although there was a sense isolation formation, it might not be able to block the detection of a great cultivator. Silly girl. Next time. He laughed and shook his head. Bing Ling secretly heaved a sigh of relief while Moon Spirit revealed an extremely disappointed expression. She sat on the chair and sulked. Woody, master is Woody, hee, this nascent soul realm senior is so elegant. Two beauties accompanying you really make this junior envious. This junior is the head of Qin Lu. Qin Ming greets Senior Zhou. A respectful old man's voice came from outside the door. That old man was obviously a late gold core cultivator. The imposing manner of his words made Bing Ling and Yu afraid. That old man had such a strong blood qi. He was most likely a powerful devil lord. But such a devil lord. How could he address Ning Fan as senior with such respect? Could it be that master had formed his nascent soul? Is he a nascent soul realm old monster? Bing Ling was smart and Moon Spirit was not stupid either. Both of their mouths were wide open in disbelief. Qin Ming. Come in. Ning Fan stopped smiling and returned to his cold face. Not everyone was qualified to make him smile. At least, this Qin Ming did not. Qin Ming did not dare to be negligent. He bowed and slowly walked in. He did not even dare to lift his eyes as he was afraid that he would see the two beauties and make Ning Fan unhappy. Only nascent soul realm cultivators lived in this building. He could not afford to offend any of them. I don't know what senior has summoned me for, but I will tell you everything I know. I want to know all the information about the Pill Cauldron School, including the time and location of the latest cauldron auction. Oh. This is a long story. It won't be finished in a day and a night. But I have a jade slip with detailed information about the Pill Cauldron School. If senior wants to buy or sell a cauldron, you can use this jade slip to know the process and price. Of course, if senior wants me to tell you, I will be more than happy to talk to senior, no need. It's better if you have the jade slip. Is that so? What a pity. Qin Ming sighed. Although this person was polite to Ning Fan, he was a devil lord who killed countless people in private. He was not respectful to every nascent soul realm cultivator. At least, Jing Zhua who lived in this building before Ning Fan did not have such special treatment. He had killed countless people, but in front of Ning Fan, he could feel a stronger killing intent and the smell of blood. He had seen countless devil cultivators, but it was rare to see someone with such a strong devil qi like Ning Fan. In just a moment, Qin Ming was very sure that Ning Fan was definitely a senior expert who cultivated the Tao of slaughter. His hands were stained with blood. He hoped to observe Ning Fan's actions to comprehend his own devil Tao. If he could have a conversation with Ning Fan, how happy would it be? His bone age was 340 years. Even if there was a difference, it was not much. This senior who cultivated the Tao of slaughter was a genius of the devil Tao. A 340-year-old nascent soul realm cultivator was rare even in the endless sea. It was one of the biggest regrets of his life to not be able to drink such a senior sai, sighing and sighing. Qin Ming sighed even more than Moon Spirit, who did not touch Ning Fan. He respectfully presented the jade slip and retreated. After going downstairs, his sigh could still be heard faintly. This person is very respectful to Master. Master has already reached the nascent soul realm. Bing Ling's face was filled with a sad smile. It was a forced smile. Yes, Master has formed his nascent soul. With his outstanding talent, it was normal for him to form his nascent soul in 300 years. So, Master had spent 300 years alone in the Cauldron Ring during the 10 years. Nascent Soul Realm. What's the use of a nascent soul realm old monster plucking a mere gold core female cultivator? Yes, yes. That's why Master wanted to inquire about the Pill Cauldron Gate and sold us sisters. Sold. I willingly stayed by Master's side, but he wanted to sell me. Because my talent is not high, I don't even have the qualification to stay by Master's side. Bing Ling was smiling, but under that smile, there was a heart-wrenching sadness. As for Moon Spirit, she was silent. Her watery eyes were filled with tears. Master. What's wrong with Moon Spirit? I can change. I beg Master. Shut up. Master must be in desperate need of immortal jade. That's why he did this. Don't disobey Master. Bing Ling wanted to laugh, but she couldn't help but cry. Holding the jade slip in his hand, Ning Fan was startled by the two girls' abnormal behavior before he had the time to read it carefully. From the words of the two girls, he immediately understood that the two girls misunderstood that he was short of immortal jade and wanted to sell his cauldron. Ning Fan had 20 million immortal jade and was not short of money at all. Even if he was short of money, he would rather kill people and rob them than to sell his cauldron. Even if he sold all his cauldron, the two girls were special. It was impossible for him to sell them. You two are really. How can I endure this? Ning Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand to wipe away their tears. The two girls were stunned. This was the first time Ning Fan touched them. That's right, it was definitely the first time. Master, Master. The two girls wanted to say more, but Ning Fan's eyes turned cold, scaring them into silence. This coldness was not directed at the two girls, but at an extremely obscure spirit sense, in the room next door, inside the sense isolation formation. A petite girl in red was crossing her legs, looking at Ning Fan's secret with interest. Stone Warrior, take a look. This Zhou Ming is going to the Pill Cauldron Gate. Is he actually a devil cultivator who cultivates dual devil techniques? Could it be that his devil vein is the shameful yin-yang devil vein? Probably not. Anyway, my mother and my sisters have said that all men in the world are unfaithful. This person doesn't have the yin-yang devil vein, but other devil veins. He cultivates the plucking devil technique. Even if it's not the plucking devil technique, he might be thirsty and wants to buy a girl to vent his desire. Could it be that this person has other tastes and bought a male cultivator to do that thing with his sexual orientation? Oh, that's too exciting. Immediately, the little Fujoshi's face turned red and her heart palpitated. This Zhou Ming is so fair and handsome. If. Wow, I can't imagine it. My Gui star killing chi is almost out of control. Stone Warrior, quickly look. This person will even shed tears for a mere cauldron. This is really funny. Who would want to see him? Stone Warrior. Miss Xiao Man, I don't like to pry into other people's privacy. I will take my leave first. If you are in danger, I will immediately come and save you, the invisible air gently rippled. It was Stone Warrior who left on his own. Humph. Spoil sport. Bei Xiaoman slammed the table. The dishes on the table, along with the wooden table, turned into ashes in a flash of red light. In the room, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. This Miss Bei is really hard to get rid of. If that's the case, I can only take revenge on her. This woman seems to like men. If that's the case, there's a good way to taint her Tao heart. Don't cry. It's true that I have broken through to the nascent soul realm, but I will never sell you out. Never. Really? Bing Ling immediately burst into tears of joy. As for Yu Ling, she disregarded her status and hugged Ning Fan happily. By the way, Moon Spirit, didn't you want to put your hand into the robe and touch it? Fine, I'll let you. But I'm afraid you won't be able to touch the gold core, only the nascent soul. Ning Fan took a sip of the wine and gave a harmless smile. However, he had already made up his mind. He was going to make love with the two ladies here and sully Bei Xiaoman's Tao heart. Since she wanted to pry into my secrets, then I'll let this woman peep into my erotic affairs, so that she will never be able to erase this shadow for the rest of her life. For a normal man, seeing a scene like this would be a nightmare. But for this woman, it was the exact opposite. She would probably cry when she saw it. Master, can I really touch it? Yes. Then, allow me to be bold and touch Master's nascent soul to see what it looks like. Yu Ling's heart was filled with excitement. Her small hands began to undo Ning Fan's robe. When she undid the last button, she held her breath. As for her sister, Bing Ling, she was so nervous that she covered her eyes with both of her hands. However, she was secretly peeking at Ning Fan's body through the gaps between her fingers. Stupid girl, don't take off all your clothes. It's too obvious. Master will find out that you are up to no good. Humph. Sister, don't you want to see it too? If that's the case, I won't undo the last button. How could the two ladies' voice transmission escape from Ning Fan's spirit sense? Towards this, he could only close one eye and turn a blind eye. In the next moment, an ice-cold, soft little hand reached into his lapel. Yu Ling's heart was about to jump out of her chest. This must be the most courageous time in her life. Her small hand pressed on Ning Fan's abdomen and gently stroked it. She was even more courageous and used a trace of charm power to stimulate Ning Fan's desire. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's dantian was burning hot. Ah, I'm sorry. Master, I. Yu Ling pretended to be innocent, but her hand purposely moved downwards. It's all right. It's very comfortable. This sentence was like a compliment. Immediately, a trace of flame lit up in Yu Ling's eyes. Even Bing Ling showed a look of envy. Master actually praised them. Yu Ling's small hand was working very hard. Her eyes gradually became blurry. Master, why are you still not plucking us sisters? We have been waiting for a very long time. Yu Ling didn't know what to say. Master, we sisters are willing to be your maids for the rest of our lives. Please take pity on us. Bing Ling also became blurry. Pity, huh? Ning Fan's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. Suddenly, he pulled the two ladies into his arms and walked towards the bed in the room. The red curtain was put down and it was raining inside. All of a sudden, Bei Xiaoman, who was harboring evil intentions next door, suddenly screamed. A crack began to appear in her Tao heart. How? How could this be? So disgusting. So disgusting. How can a woman do this with a man? Her mother didn't seem to have told her that women should do this with men. Chapter 198. The beauty rolled up the bead curtain and sat down with a frown on her face. However, no one knew who she hated in her heart. Inside the red curtains, Bing Ling and Yu Ling's tears had yet to dry, but their eyes were blurry and filled with happiness. Along with a deep roar, 320 years of accumulated love gushed out at this moment. Ning Fan looked at the two ladies who were smiling sweetly and shook his head. Master. Thank you. The two of them smiled. You are serving me, but you still want to thank me. Interesting. Ning Fan laughed again. We are willing to serve you for the rest of our lives. Please don't abandon us. Their eyes flashed with infatuation. I won't abandon you. Ning Fan stroked their hair and sighed softly. Then, he put on his clothes and got up. The reason why he had sex with them was to appease their hearts and also to pollute Bei Xiaoman's Dao heart. Ning Fan squinted his eyes and sensed the room next door. He even sent out a trace of devil sense to disperse the sounds of pleasure to the room next door. Suddenly, the room next door shook, and a red light rushed out of the window in a panic, cursing. Shameless! 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 Zhou Ming! Zhou Ming! You are really shameless. You will die a horrible death for showing me such an unsightly thing. Bei Xiaoman cursed as she ran away. She turned into a ray of red light and flew back to the southern tower. Her bright eyes flickered with red light, brewing with uncontrollable killing intent. That killing intent was the sign of losing control of the Gui Star's killing intent. Damn Zhou Ming! How dare he show me such a thing? Damn it! Shameless! Despicable! Bei Xiaoman's petite, flat chest shattered with a shattering sound. At the next moment, a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth. A crack appeared on her Dao heart once again. That's right. He must have discovered that I was spying on him. He did it on purpose. He purposely released the devil sense at the end. He noticed that I was spying on him. So, he wanted to pollute my Dao heart. I am the Dao of slaughter, but he is the Dao of pleasure. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Her Dao of slaughter had been invaded by Ning Fan's Dao of pleasure. The evil sense that was planted in her heart by Ning Fan could not be dispersed for a long time. It was almost forbidden to kill people in the Black Warrior City, but Bei Xiaoman's killing intent had gone out of control, turning into crimson red. A hidden pink star slowly appeared between her eyebrows. This was the first divine star that she had painstakingly cultivated, the Gui Yin killing star. However, along with the shattering of his Dao heart, the Gui star flashed brilliantly and a crack appeared. Zhou Ming, you're shameless. Shameless. I, Bei Xiaoman, will definitely cut you. Along the way, Bei Xiaoman acted as if she was possessed by a killing star. Any cultivator who stood in her way, no matter who they were or what their cultivation base was, she would kill them all. Her white hands were stained with blood, and she was like a fiend that no one dared to provoke. Only the smell of blood could calm her blood. Human blood is very fishy. Night fell. On the bed in one of the rooms of the Qin house, the two tired sisters were leaning on Ning Fan's side in silence. He stroked the hair on the two women's temples with complicated feelings. That Bei Xiaoman knows how powerful I am this time. I don't think she will provoke me for the time being. In that case, I can break through to the mid-nascent soul realm after purchasing a human cauldron in the Pill Cauldron Gate. I wonder if there are enough nascent soul realm human cauldrons in the Pill Cauldron Gate. Nascent soul realm human cauldrons were not cabbages. Even if the Pill Cauldron Gate nurtured them carefully, there would not be too many of them. His heart would not waver when he dual cultivated with the two ladies. His heart would not waver when he purchased human cauldrons. His heart would not waver when he injured Bei Xiaoman. At this moment, Ning Fan was no longer a young man. His heart had already been possessed by the devil. His heart seemed to have turned into a dark night. The night sky was pitch black, and only a few stars were worth cherishing. The rest of them could be killed. As for the Bing and Yu sisters, they should be the small stars among the stars. Bei Xiaoman was not. Master. Under the moonlight, the two of them would moan from time to time with a shy and sweet voice. They would turn around from time to time, causing their lower bodies to feel a tearing pain. It was not plucking but dual cultivation. The two of them had gained a lot from this first experience. Ning Fan was at the nascent soul realm while the two of them were at the mid-gold core realm. This dual cultivation could increase their magic power by at least 10 years. If they dual cultivate with Ning Fan, it would not be difficult for them to form their nascent soul within 10 years. After all, Ning Fan was a supreme human cauldron to them. He took out the jade slip that Qi Ming gave him and pressed it on his glabella. His spirit sense entered it. After a long while, he said in a deep voice. The Pill Cauldron Gate is in Mo Nan City. With my speed, I can reach there in a day. If I use the Grey instant movement that is comparable to a grand cultivator, I can travel 1,000 li in 2 hours. There are still 10 days before the auction. 10 days is enough for the two of them to recuperate. 10 days later, we will go to Mo Nan. He stretched out his hand and a trace of grey flame lingered on the center of his palm. This flame was the yin-yang flame. Its mysteriousness was to fuse ice and fire into one, creating a trace of yin-yang power to kill. Although Ning Fan condensed this flame in 7 Apricot City, the flame and cold qi were not strong enough to unleash its power. Now, the black demon flame and the white bone flame, the bone prison breath and the cold pine marrow were 2 types of 5th-grade spiritual flames. The power of this flame could injure a spirit-severing realm cultivator. Of course, it was just an injury. Besides, even if there was only a trace of yin-yang power in this flame, it was far beyond Ning Fan's control. This was his true trump card. If he uses it, he would certainly suffer a severe backlash. In the space inside the tower, Ning Fan had completely activated the yin-yang power of this flame. Almost instantly, it burned the mountains and rivers within 10,000 li into nothingness. However, the price was that Ning Fan would not be able to use any magic power for 3 months. That was a great power that far surpassed the nascent soul realm and spirit-severing realm. This flame was the reason why the Divine Transformation Realm Stone Soldier was afraid of Ning Fan that day. Instant movement was due to the combination of magic power and sense. The fusion of ice and fire made it turn black. Only grand cultivators could truly move 1,000 li in an instant. As for ordinary nascent soul realm cultivators like Jingzhua, it was already rare for them to be able to teleport tens of li in an instant. At this moment, Ning Fan truly had the power to protect himself and dominate the endless outer sea. The Pill Cauldron Gate has a limited number of human cauldrons. However, there are still 2 large islands where rogue cultivators gather in the outer sea. There must be other forces selling human cauldrons. This time, I must travel across the entire outer sea. After breaking through to the mid-nascent soul realm, I will advance to the late nascent soul realm as soon as possible. If there aren't enough human cauldrons in the internal sea, I will go to the internal sea. If there aren't enough human cauldrons in the internal sea, I will sweep through the countries along the coastline. With my current strength, as long as I'm careful, the Rain Palace won't be able to capture me even if I violate the laws of the world. Cultivation Base. Without Cultivation Base, I can't protect anything. In the endless sea where strength is everything, it's hard to move a single step without strength. I wonder how many more years I have to stay in the endless sea. I wonder how Jihe is doing. He looked at the darkening night sky and remained silent for a long time. All of a sudden, a sense of danger rose in his heart. His expression changed. Now that he was still in the Xianwu city, he actually had such a strong sense of danger. It was definitely not normal. He pinched his fingers and tried to divine the source of the danger. However, he could not find out anything at all. He could only vaguely predict that someone would attack him tonight. Without a doubt, the person who attacked him was definitely not a nascent soul realm expert. He was afraid that it was a spirit-severing old monster. Ning Fan did not dare to be careless. He immediately patted his storage pouch and took out the tortoiseshell. The heavenly stems and earthly branches were arranged in order. He closed his eyes and calculated. After a long time, he opened his eyes and revealed a trace of cold light. Although he could not predict the exact situation, he could vaguely predict that the person who attacked him tonight was after Bei Xiaoman. Ning Fan had hurt Bei Xiaoman's Dao heart, so someone would avenge her. Before he could do anything, his eyes suddenly turned cold. A boundless aura was rushing towards him in the night. There was no way to avoid it. The only way was to fight. On this night, Bei Xiaoman was in agony. During the day, her massacre had shocked countless cultivators in the Xianwu city. Now that it was late at night, she was still angry, but it had scared the servants. Unknowingly, the Gold Core Realm servants flew into a rage and returned to the southern tower with bloodstains all over her body, shocking the entire Xianwu city. Miss. Who made you so angry? Do you need me to help you vent your anger? Get lost. All of you, get lost. The petite Bei Xiaoman covered her head with the quilt, unable to calm her anger. She calmed herself down and wanted to sleep. But as soon as she closed her eyes, the image of Zhou Ming's hateful smile appeared in her dream. Step by step, he walked towards her, naked and hot. Ignoring her resistance, she tore her clothes and silk stockings, destroying her innocence. No. She woke up from the nightmare, her thin clothes were drenched in sweat. Zhou Ming. You're shameless. She cursed, but in her heart, there was a trace of fear towards Zhou Ming. With her arrogant personality, this was the first time in her life that she was afraid of someone. Heart-shattering devil sense. This Zhou Ming is really ruthless. I can't sleep. Stone Warrior, tell me a story. Stone Warrior. Where is he? Bei Xiaoman's eyes were filled with killing intent. Where did this damned Stone Warrior go to? The moon hung high in the night sky. A faintly discernible qi appeared in the Qin pavilion. A trace of boundless anger locked onto Ning Fan. The jerky and strange accent sounded like the cracking of rocks in Ning Fan's ears. Ant people. You must give me an explanation for hurting Miss Xiaoman's Dao heart. It was an extremely powerful voice that could make any nascent soul realm cultivator tremble. Ning Fan's eyes widened in surprise. The intruder was indeed a spirit-severing realm cultivator who came for him. Explanation. What a joke. She wanted to kill me, but what explanation did she give me? Almost immediately, Ning Fan kept the two girls into his cauldron ring. With a flash of his robe, he turned into a ray of light and stood under the moon. The night wind was strong. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were solemn. The person in front of him was a stone warrior puppet in the form of a mountain giant. It was the extremely obscure spirit-severing realm qi that he sensed from Bei Xiaoman's side. Apologize to Ms. Xiaoman. Mend the crack in her Dao heart. The stone warrior said coldly. What if I refuse? Ning Fan sneered. Die. The stone warrior's eyes flashed with ferocity. Is that so? At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with coldness. Yin-yang fire burned on his palm. He was not a match for the stone warrior, but with this fire, he could injure the stone warrior. The stone warrior's hollow eyes suddenly turned cold. It was this fire that gave him a great sense of danger that day. That was why he did not listen to Bei Xiaoman's order to capture Ning Fan. However, the situation was different now. Today, Ning Fan had injured Bei Xiaoman. Hence, the stone warrior had to capture Ning Fan even if it was afraid of him. While the stone warrior was displaying his might, Luo Yu's yawn could be heard from within the yin-yang lock. She stretched her body and sneered. The people of the Lost World Palace love to oppress others with their power. Even a puppet is so arrogant. Hee. My good brother, do you want me to help you subdue this stone warrior and turn him into your puppet? Oh. Is there such a way? Ning Fan's eyes lit up. If he had a secret technique to trick the stone warrior, he would not risk his life to injure it. He could secretly capture this spirit-severing realm puppet and turn it into his fighter. In that case, he would be almost invincible in the endless outer sea. Of course there is. Didn't you tell me before that I had some grudges with the Lost World Palace in the past? That's why I spent a lot of effort to find a way to deal with the Stone Soldier 8 formation of the Lost World Palace. It's just a mere stone soldier and a divine transformation realm cultivator. However, if I help you to capture this puppet, you must remember my kindness. Of course. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth rose. If he could capture this stone warrior, he would remember her kindness. A divine transformation stage puppet. Chapter 199. The Stone Warrior's battle intent sealed the vast sky. Under this battle intent, all movements in this place were sealed off by space, not a single thing could be leaked out. No one knew that there was a spirit-severing realm puppet confronting Ning Fan in the night sky. This stone warrior shouldn't show himself or let others know about it. Even a great cultivator wouldn't be able to break the seal and escape. This was a common technique used by spirit-severing realm cultivators, but it was Ning Fan's first time seeing it. Born to fight. The stone warrior's voice was as loud as thunder, but no one in the outside world could hear it. A fierce battle intent swept across the stone warrior's body. As a puppet, he only had one mission, and that was to fight. This pure battle intent was enough to make a great cultivator tremble in fear. However, when it reached Ning Fan's body, it melted and dissolved with ease. Moreover, there was a faint rain intent spreading around Ning Fan's body. Tonight, rain fell on Penglai. Under Ning Fan's control, the rain intent didn't dissolve the spatial seal. The stone warrior was afraid of showing himself, but he also wanted to capture it to avoid detection and get rich quietly. The divine rain intent is good for the ants, but you have to die for hurting Miss Xiaoman. Xiaoman. The name Bei Xiaoman really suits her personality. As soon as the stone warrior finished speaking, he threw a punch. All of his strength fused into the punch and turned into the sound of mountains collapsing. Ning Fan sneered. He turned into 100-jong tall giant and slapped the fist light with his icy hand. Luo Yu had a secret technique that could subdue the stone warrior. However, it was difficult for her to execute it with her current magic power, and she couldn't complete the technique immediately. She was trapped in the yin-yang locket for countless years, and her magic power was almost completely absorbed by the profound yin world. Even if she left the locket, it would take her a long time to recover her magic power. She even lent a trace of divine Dao technique, Joss flame power, to Ning Fan for revenge. It would take at least 3 breaths to execute the secret technique. In the past, Luo Yu could do it with a wave of her hand. This punch. Ning Fan had to withstand it. He had to withstand all the fist lights that would come after 3 breaths. The stone warrior's strength was beyond Ning Fan's expectation. He turned into 100-jong tall giant. The giant palm slammed into the stone soldier's fist, but in just a moment, a force that could collapse mountains exploded from the point where the fist and palm collided. Immediately, Ning Fan realized that Shi Bing's body refinement realm was not the silver bone realm but the jade life realm. Jade life realm. A being that could rival a soul formation cultivator. Moreover, the stone warrior was a soul formation cultivator. He cultivated both dharma and body and had terrifying combat ability. Stone warrior didn't use any body technique in this punch. There was nothing fancy about it. However, when Ning Fan's fist and palm collided, he felt a great sense of crisis. His eyes were filled with surprise, but he did not panic. The power of his palm spread out, turning into layers of ice-shattering force, hitting the giant's fist. With the power of the ice shattering, the giant was sealed in ice, and the heavens and earth shook. After shaking and scattering, he managed to dissipate half of the stone soldier's strength. Ning Fan used this opportunity to quickly withdraw from the battle. Every palm strike shattered the ice and landed on his fist light. In the blink of an eye, he struck out 19 times. After 19 times of freezing heaven and earth, the world was frozen. Only then did he manage to divert all the force from the punch and block it. The Jade Life Fist was such a bitter battle. Is this the body refining realm above the Silver Bone realm? Without using any body technique, I can kill a nascent soul realm cultivator. His cultivation was at the soul formation realm, and his body was refined to the Jade Life realm. Even if he used his trump card, he wouldn't be able to win against the Stone Warrior. Ning Fan took a deep breath and had a clearer understanding of his own strength. He could fight against a grand cultivator with his various techniques, but a true spirit-severing realm cultivator was far stronger than a grand cultivator. Ning Fan was shocked by the power of the Stone Warrior's fist, but the Stone Warrior was also shocked by Ning Fan's techniques. He initially thought that Ning Fan was only relying on the mysterious fire technique. But now, it seemed like this skinny young man's body refining realm was not weak at all. It was rare for someone with a skeletal age of 340 to reach the nascent soul realm and silver bone realm in body refining. Even without using any body technique, that punch was more than enough to kill a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. However, Ning Fan managed to divert the force from his palm by diverting it 20 times. Even the descendants of the fiend god Veins in the four heavens could not do this when they were still at the nascent soul realm. It seems like not only Mistress has made a mistake, even I have made a mistake. You're able to block my attack at the early stage. That alone is enough for you to obtain the quota of the Lost World Palace. Unfortunately, you've offended Mistress. I can't give you the quota. Quota of the 9 worlds. Ning Fan was doubtful, but he did not ask about it. There were so many unknowns in this world. Who would have the mood to find out the answer one by one? There were 2 breaths left. However, Stone Warrior no longer looked down on Ning Fan. He would no longer show mercy to Ning Fan. He took a huge step forward with his mountain body. With 1 step, he became 100 zhang tall. With 2 steps, he became 200 zhang tall. After 7 steps, he had turned into a 700 zhang tall mountain. In front of the mountain giant, Ning Fan's 300 zhang tall giant was like a dwarf. His height was only the calf of the mountain giant. The moment he turned into a mountain, a vast amount of magical power condensed on his fist. In an instant, his entire arm turned into a giant stone sword. Stone technique, stone fist sword. This was a low-grade divine realm body refining technique. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with shock. Under this sword, his nascent soul showed signs of crumbling. This sword was also a sword of great momentum. He turned himself into a mountain, used the mountain as momentum, used his heart to suppress the momentum and used his momentum as a sword. A 700 zhang tall giant with a divine realm body refining technique. This sword was a sword of momentum that was even stronger than his first nascent soul sword. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan withdrew from his avatar and pointed at his glabella. Under the starlight, the Separation Slayer appeared in his hand. The sword of momentum was hard to defend against. The only way was to use the sword to block the sword. He held the sword in his left hand and drew a circle in the air with the tip of the sword. The circle contained an unfathomable sword chi. With his right finger, a sword light shot out and drew the power of the mountain. The circle was clearly drawn in the sky. However, as the sword shadow went down, the mountain giant felt a sharp pain in his chest. A similar crack appeared on the stone heart. As the stone heart shattered, a wispy sword light that was like a speck of dust exploded inside the giant's body. Then, the sword light spread out from the giant's body like thousands of fine threads. The threads pierced out from the inside and outside of the giant's body, causing endless rumbling sounds and shattering. This was the 4th sword of the nascent soul sword. It was the unmodified heart-drawing sword. This sword didn't need to be modified. It was already at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Even if a deity transformation cultivator was hit by this sword, his heart would be pierced by the sword. His whole body would be cut by the sword from the inside out and he would definitely be injured. He pointed with his right finger, and the sound of mountains collapsing and the earth shattering rang out, causing the mountain giant's mountainous body to tremble. It began to crumble and shatter. The more his body was destroyed, the stronger the sword light from Ning Fan's finger. This was the sword finger that borrowed the mountain to form a sword. This was the finger sword technique. One finger, mountain shatterer. It was even more effective against mountain giants with their mountain bodies. A sword and a finger. These two techniques had actually caused the mountain giant's body to hesitate, and the might of a single sword strike was unimaginable. It was also forcefully shaved off. Even though he was at the divine transformation stage, he was slightly injured by this round of attacks. Even though the injury was insignificant, Stone Warrior's expression was unsightly. It was impossible for a nascent soul cultivator to injure a soul formation cultivator. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a commotion in the outer endless sea. Before Ning Fan, even a peak nascent soul realm cultivator could not leave a single scratch on a divine transformation realm cultivator's body. However, Ning Fan was only at the early realm. He had done something that not even great cultivators could do. However, Ning Fan was not arrogant. The finger sword and the four swords of the nascent soul sword were his strongest trump cards. However, they could only cause a slight injury to Stone Warrior. A divine transformation realm cultivator is very powerful, only one breath left. Stone Warrior's heart skipped a beat. This little cultivator in front of him had a lot of tricks that exceeded his expectations. If he was not mistaken, be it the finger sword or the nascent soul sword, they seemed to be items from the sword world. The sword world was insignificant in the eyes of the four heavens. However, as a nascent soul realm cultivator of the rain world, Ning Fan was able to obtain the secret technique of the sword world. If Stone Warrior knew that Ning Fan was so outstanding, he would definitely advise Bei Xiaoman to recruit him. Bestowing a spot in the 9 worlds was better than not finding a single person. Unfortunately, both of them were enemies now. It would be difficult to recruit him again. Moreover, Ning Fan had injured his mistress. It was impossible for Stone Warrior to recruit him again. From the moment he was born, he only had one mission: to protect Bei Xiaoman. Anyone who harmed Bei Xiaoman would be his enemy. No matter how many tricks you have, you are still an ant in the lower world. You should know that there are as many people as you in the 4 heavens as there are stars in the sky. Stone Warrior dispersed his lofty mountain avatar and returned to his bluestone body. Immediately, his bluestone body emitted traces of red light. As the mistress's servant, I am connected to her mind. I have been bestowed with a trace of the Gui star's killing intent. This technique is the Gui Vein's divine ability. With this technique, I have killed a spirit-severing realm cultivator. You can't take it. Gui technique, 7 kills. Stone Warrior pointed his finger and 7 blood-red stars appeared in the night sky one after another. The 7 stars connected and the power of the 7 stars turned into 7 rays of blood-red light that fell from the sky. The blood-red light was extremely faint, like the light of a firefly. However, this kind of illusory blood-red light sent chills down Ning Fan's spine. It was as if he would immediately be destroyed and dissipated if he came into contact with a trace of this blood-red light. This technique was very powerful. The only way to overcome this technique was to rely on the yin-yang flame. Even a spirit-severing realm attack from a demon general was not enough. That spirit-severing realm attack was just an ordinary attack from a demon general. However, this technique was Stone Warrior's full strength. He could only rely on the yin-yang flame. There were 2 ways to use the yin-yang flame. Firstly, it could extract a trace of yin-yang energy to kill the enemy. Secondly, it could be used to stop the attack. That day when Ning Fan came out of the tower, the technique that frightened Jing Zhuo was this body-stopping finger. This technique borrowed the power of yin-yang but did not harm the enemy. Therefore, the backlash was not that great. After Ning Fan studied the Eastern Ocean bell, he had integrated the body-stopping divine ability of the bell into this finger. With this finger, those whose cultivation base was lower than his would be permanently sealed unless he dispelled the technique. With Ning Fan's current magical power, it was easy for him to freeze an early realm cultivator. He could freeze a mid-realm cultivator for 10 breaths, a late realm cultivator for 3 breaths and a peak great cultivator for 1 breath. Even a spirit-severing realm cultivator would be dazed for a moment if they were frozen during the execution of the technique and would be forced to stop the technique. Facing the killing technique that he obviously could not resist, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with gray light. Gray flames appeared on his finger and he pointed at Stone Warrior from afar. As soon as he pointed his finger, a gray light flashed. Immediately, gray halos spread out from where Ning Fan pointed like ripples on the sea. Then, the sound of ancient scriptures could be heard. Under the reverberation of these ripples, even Stone Warrior who was a spirit-severing realm cultivator was dazed for a moment. As for the 7 killing technique, in that moment of distraction, it broke apart on its own. Not only that. Stone Warrior's empty eyes suddenly lost their color when he saw the body-stopping finger. Even if he discovered that Ning Fan was a void fragmentation realm old monster, he might not be as shocked as he was now. The Eastern Sky Ancestor Emperor's heaven-stopping technique. No, it's not. That technique has been lost for a long time. Its power is far beyond the body-stopping technique. Humph. Insignificant skill. Although you managed to stop my attack, this technique consumes a lot of magic power. It's not something that you can bear. Let's see how many more times you can use it. I don't need to use it anymore. Everything has ended. You have lost. 3 breaths have passed. 3 breaths had passed. A secret technique came out from the yin-yang locket. It carried Luo Yu's tired voice. It seemed like it was extremely difficult for her to execute this technique. The technique was like a faint light. However, after it entered Ning Fan's sea of consciousness, it immediately shook and dispersed. Then, it turned into qi and strengthened Ning Fan's body. There was a trace of simple and unadorned qi. It came from Ning Fan's eyes. His long hair was as black as ink and his eyes were as cold as indifference. That gaze seemed to be able to see through the stars and compete with the sun and moon. Indifference. That kind of gaze was indifferent to the common people. Even a true immortal would not be able to have such an indifferent gaze. Only those who were stronger than a true immortal could have such an indifferent gaze. When that gaze met Stone Warrior's eyes, Stone Warrior's body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was a kind of fear. An instinctive fear. It was as if his entire lifetime of cultivation and magic power was going to be buried under that indifferent gaze. It was because Stone Warrior was a puppet. And this technique was effective against puppets. It had a heaven-defying restraint. This is the Northern Sky Ancestor Emperor's morning technique. This is impossible. Stone Warrior's face turned pale. Under that gaze, he felt as if he had met his natural enemy and could not move at all. He could not resist it with force. There was no reply. There was no reply at all. Ning Fan remained silent. It was as if a mere divine transformation realm Stone Warrior was not worth his words at all. Morning technique. Life prisoner. Puppets of 100 million worlds, none of you can take my life. All of you will become my life prisoner. One finger shall imprison your life. At that moment, Ning Fan lifted his finger and pointed it. That finger turned into a ray of black light. Like moonlight, it pierced through the night sky and went into Stone Warrior's body. On the left side of his body, a black crescent moon mark was branded. Stone Warrior's body trembled. When the moon mark was formed, his life was already in Ning Fan's hands. His life was not in his control and his death was not in his control. Who are you? Who exactly are you? 2 of the 5 ancestor emperors' secret techniques have been obtained by you. This is impossible. It was indeed impossible. The Eastern Ocean Bell only had a slight connection with the heaven sealing technique. As for the morning technique, it was obtained by Luo Yu and it was an incomplete technique. It did not belong to Ning Fan at all. However, there was no need to explain all of this to Stone Warrior. He did not need to know about it. Ning Fan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the indifference in his eyes disappeared and his eyes turned cold again. From today onwards, you will be my slave. Don't even think about it. Stone Warrior was infuriated. However, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. With just a slight movement, under the influence of the Moon Seal, there was a trace of unfathomable divine ability power that caused Stone Warrior's Jade Life Realm physical body to crumble uncontrollably. It was Stone Warrior who purposely made Miss Hong happy when his physical body was shattered by Bei Xiaoman. However, Ning Fan's attack directly took away his life. Even though he regained his stone body after a few moments, he was severely injured this time. Stone Warrior immediately realized that if Ning Fan wanted to kill him, he would have already died when the moon mark moved. I will die. A dignified divine transformation realm expert like me will die in the hands of a junior from the lower world. Stone Warrior who was born to fight was afraid. It was not that he was afraid of death. Instead, he was afraid that the 4th lady's trial in the Rain World would be judged as a failure after his death. Moreover, without his protection, Bei Xiaoman's safety would become a problem. What do I have to do for you to let me go? Noisy. Ning Fan's eyes flashed and Stone Warrior was shattered again. His injuries became even more serious. Let me go. Why should I let you go? You came to capture me and used your strength to oppress me. Now that your strength is weak, stop dreaming and ask me to let you go. Has the identity of the 4 heavens of the Lost World Palace muddled your mind? Are you so arrogant that you think you can receive extraordinary treatment in any place in the Rain World? Impossible. At least not in front of Ning Fan. If you don't let me go, I won't help you in battle. Is that so? What if I capture Bei Xiaoman now, and make her my cauldron? She has lost your protection now. I still remember what I did to you in the past. How dare you? If you hurt Miss Hong, the other 3 tower masters and the divine transformation realm expert of the main tower, Lu Qing, will hunt you down. If you dare to taint Miss Hong's innocence or harm her life, I can tell you this. The Rain World is nothing in the eyes of the Lost World Palace. If Miss Hong dies, the Rain World will be destroyed. Stone Warrior initially thought that his words could scare Ning Fan. However, it only made Ning Fan laugh. What does the destruction of the Rain World have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? This was the divine ability of a late nascent soul realm cultivator. However, when it was used by Ning Fan, it was much more intimidating compared to a late nascent soul realm cultivator. Stone Warrior was severely injured and his mind was shaken. The arrogant look on his face disappeared instantly. A mouthful of black blood spurted out from his mouth. Madman. He's a madman. He doesn't care about the survival of the Rain World at all. He might even kill me if he goes mad. It was not a good feeling to be threatened by a mere nascent soul realm cultivator from the lower world. However, Stone Warrior had fallen into Ning Fan's hands. There was no way for him to escape. There was nothing he could say to threaten Ning Fan. You're loyal to Bei Xiaoman, but this loyalty isn't enough. However, this loyalty has nothing to do with me. How about this, let's make a deal. What deal? You will become my slave and fight for me. I won't hurt Bei Xiaoman. The grudge between us will be written off. Impossible. I am a dignified citizen of the four heavens. How can I? You don't have the right to refuse. If you refuse, after I kill you, I will get close to that little girl without anyone knowing. You know the consequences. Ning Fan could tell that this stone warrior was not afraid of death. Once a puppet like this was created, it would only live for one purpose, to protect Bei Xiaoman. If he couldn't make the puppet submit to him, then he wouldn't be able to control it. He wouldn't do anything for her either. This kind of puppet that possessed intelligence, if its intelligence was erased, it would be completely useless. However, if he were to forcefully kill them, it would be difficult for them to submit. They weren't afraid of death because they were created from inanimate objects. This so-called life was also a divine ability of spells, and there was no such thing as life and death. The only way to make this puppet submit to him was to threaten Bei Xiaoman. As for the words he said to hurt Bei Xiaoman, it was just to scare Stone Warrior. Compared to seeking revenge with Bei Xiaoman, he was more than happy to have a soul formation cultivator to help him. With this Stone Warrior, he could move unhindered in the outer seas and plunder human cauldrons with ease. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. I agree. But I have a request. Stone Warrior readily agreed. He added immediately. I can help you kill your enemies, but I can't become your slave. My mistress will always be my mistress. Moreover, you have to make a great heart devil oath to help me take care of her safety and serve her. It's impossible for me to take care of her. As for the great heart devil oath, do you have the right to negotiate with me? There are 2 seconds left. Can't I? Then you have to become a foreign elder of the Lost World Palace. That way, you'll have to help the Lost World Palace if it's in trouble. I won't do anything that doesn't bring me benefits. There are benefits. Green Phoenix Flame. And the privilege of being a foreign elder. If you can please my mistress, she'll definitely bestow this flame to you. I don't want an empty promise. I'll find a way to get this flame myself. Let me remind you, there's still 1 second left. Stone Warrior's face was filled with anger. He was a dignified spirit-severing realm cultivator, yet this nascent soul realm cultivator was so stubborn. However, he did not have the right to negotiate with Ning Fan on equal footing. Apart from finding out that this person was bold and reckless when he went crazy, had an unknown background and was unfathomable, the only other thing he found out was that this person seemed to be a utilitarian. If there are no benefits, he would be stubborn. But what if there are benefits? Stone Warrior was thinking about the conditions that could move Ning Fan's heart. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. If you promise to protect my mistress, I have a secret technique that can help you break through to the Jade Life realm using the Silver Bone Body refining technique. If you promise to let me go, I can even offer you the secret technique of the Golden Body realm after the Jade Life realm. Secret technique? That's interesting. Ning Fan looked at Stone Warrior with surprise. Has this arrogant puppet finally become enlightened? He finally knows how to offer benefits. Jade Life Realm and Golden Body Realm. Jade Life Realm cultivators could fight against Divine Transformation Realm cultivators. Golden Body Realm cultivators could fight against Void Refinement Realm cultivators. Ning Fan was really tempted by Stone Warrior's secret technique. But asking him to protect Bei Xiaoman? Is this a joke? Is he stupid enough to let Stone Warrior go? Your conditions are not bad. I promise to become a foreign elder of the Lost World Palace and help Bei Xiaoman once when she's in trouble. However, I'm not her slave. It's impossible for me to follow her around. This is my bottom line. If you don't agree to it, this matter will end here. Stone Warrior gritted his teeth. He could not gain any advantage in front of Ning Fan at all. He had no choice but to agree. Deal. I will teach you the secret technique and help you without harming my mistress. However, you have to swear. Noisy. I don't have the habit of swearing an oath. Ning Fan frowned and pointed his finger at the giant. Immediately, the moon seal was activated. The giant trembled and its body involuntarily turned into a palm-sized stone puppet. Its spirituality was sealed and its eyes were dull like a magic treasure. I'll ask for the secret technique of the body refining technique from you next time. Someone is coming. It won't be a good thing if they find out that I've taken Stone Warrior away. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He activated his primordial force and disappeared without a trace. At the next moment, the spatial seal was broken. Not long after, an anxious red-robed young lady hurriedly teleported towards him. Here, she stopped, because there was clearly the aura of Stone Soldier left behind. However, Stone Warrior wasn't here. Stone Warrior, where have you been? Zhou Ming provoked me but you didn't even help me. The frustration in her heart turned into blood-red killing intent that flickered in her beautiful eyes. However, before she lost her temper, she suppressed her killing intent and revealed a desolate gaze like an ordinary young lady. Stone Warrior, where have you been? Stone Warrior, you've lost. Also, that Zhou Ming is really shameless. I don't want to see him for the rest of my life. Grandpa Sherbing, you've lost it. She bit her lips. Her face was no longer red and her eyes were watery. She felt a little sad and wronged, just like an ordinary young lady. A spoiled, little princess. Chapter 200. 10 days later, South Desert City. This city was located in the desert South Desert, but this desert was not barren. In fact, it was formed by the thick earth spiritual energy. This place could be said to be a paradise for earth-type cultivators, but it was also a paradise for demonic cultivators. That was because this place was the Pill Cauldron Gate. As for the Pill Cauldron School, they sold human cauldrons. In the middle of the desert, there was a 1,000-mile oasis. Above the oasis, a stone city came into view. Many Harmonious Spirit Realm and Gold Core Realm experts rode on camels to attend the Pill Cauldron auction that was held once every 10 years. Only nascent Soul Realm cultivators could fly in the sky. Ning Fan did not keep a high profile. Instead, he let Bing Ling and Yu Ling's temperament do as they pleased. Each of the camels was dozens of feet long and was comparable to a golden core demonic beast. When they ran in the desert, their speed was close to that of a peak stage golden core cultivator. This beast was arrogant by nature. Each beast could carry dozens of cultivators, but only cultivators in the late golden core stage or above could ride on it. Dozens of cultivators including Ning Fan were sitting in their own pavilions. The one driving the camel was an early gold core expert. Beside him was a late gold core old man in purple robe. This elder was wearing a Taoist robe, but he had a mustache and small eyes. It was clear that he was not a good person. His face was pale, as if he had been hollowed out by wine and women. He was probably a lecher. He was also a passenger, but because of his terrifying cultivation of the late golden core realm, he was in charge of overseeing the camels and subduing the arrogant demonic beasts. This suppression was not hard labor, but it could provide him with a full range of travel expenses. He was naturally very happy. From time to time, his bean-like eyes would glance at Ning Fan's direction, revealing a covetous look. Of course, it was impossible for them to be drooling over Ning Fan's. They were drooling over the two mid-gold core realm women beside Ning Fan's. The old man wasn't the only one who was drooling. Almost all of the passengers on the camels were staring at the two women's bodies with cold smiles on their faces. It was very normal. Ning Fan concealed his cultivation base and only emitted an intermediate gold core chi in order to keep a low profile. He would accompany the two girls to relax and see the world. Since the old monsters present had come for the Pill Cauldron auction, they were naturally after the cauldron furnaces. Buy a furnace. It was too expensive. It would be better if he could snatch Ning Fan's cauldrons. Two intermediate gold core female cultivators were worth a lot of money. However, no one dared to openly display hostility towards Ning Fan. The purple-robed old man was the only one on the entire camel. Only he, a late golden core cultivator, could take down 3 middle golden core cultivators by himself. That pretty boy is actually a good cauldron for the evil woman. I can capture him and sell him off. As for those 2 women, this old man will first pluck them and enjoy the taste. After they become useless, I'll sell them to the pill cauldron gate. With this old man's cultivation base and the talisman puppet's secret art of my purple talisman gate, it won't be difficult for me to fight against 3 of them at the same time. The only problem was that the Penglai Immortal Island was ordered by the Lost World Palace to not engage in private fights. Of course, there were exceptions. When we arrive at the Hill of Death and the Pill Cauldron Gate's sphere of influence, we will be able to kill as we please. This old man will have to act quickly so that the other late Gold Core realm experts won't be able to snatch it away from me. His small eyes fiercely scraped the 2 women's bodies again. He retracted his sword and sneered. He stood proudly on the head of the camel with his hands clasped behind his back. There was a reason for his arrogance. The Gold Core Realm cultivator who was holding the camel was as steady as a mountain. He clicked his tongue in amazement and flattered the purple-robed old man beside him. As expected of an expert from the 10 sections. Elder Yao is here to subdue this camel and make it so obedient. This is the first time I've seen someone like this. The experts of the Purple Charm sect truly live up to their reputation. I'm afraid Elder Yao is a first-rate late Gold Core realm expert in the sect, am I right? You flatter me, fellow Daoist. There are many late Gold Core realm experts in my Purple Yuan Immortal Island. I'm just one of the upper echelons. Although the purple-robed old man addressed him as fellow Daoist, he did not even bother to look at him. This early Gold Core realm cultivator was not worthy of his attention. He could kill him with a wave of his hand. However, the purple-robed old man enjoyed the man's flattery very much. Although he was an outer sect elder of the Purple Charm sect, he could be considered as one of the top 3 late Gold Core realm experts in the sect. The camel in front of him looked dejected and dejected. It did not have its usual arrogance. It was most likely because of him. If one were to take a closer look, they would notice that this camel was not only not arrogant but also afraid. The purple-robed old man was really proud of himself for being able to intimidate the camel which was known for its arrogance. Even a peak Gold Core realm cultivator or an ordinary nascent soul realm cultivator would be intimidated by him. He could silence the camel but he could not make this arrogant demonic beast submit to him or fear him. The fact that I'm able to intimidate this camel is enough to prove that my strength is extraordinary. Perhaps, my strength is even stronger than some peak Gold Core realm cultivators. He smiled proudly. However, this purple-robed old man was wrong. This camel cultivated the body of a beast. Its larynx had yet to transform. Thus, it could not speak. If it could speak, it would certainly tell the old man. It would tell the camel that it was not afraid of this old man but the harmless Ning Fan who was leisurely drinking at the back. The demon race's ability to sense danger had always been stronger than humans. The camel could feel a trace of evil chi that could crush everything from Ning Fan's body. That evil chi made the most prideful camel tremble in fear. Master, they want to harm me. The Bing and Yu sisters transmitted their voices to each other. Is that so? Ning Fan was still drinking his wine calmly. Little brother, you seem to be very carefree. Compared to the past, you are much more mature now. However, someone wants to kill you. After Luo Yu subdued the stone warrior, she claimed that she would only sleep for 29 days a month. She would keep 1 day awake to monitor Ning Fan. She wanted him to quickly pluck women to improve his cultivation method and reach the 3rd level as soon as possible. Is that so? Ning Fan smiled faintly. He acted as if he was not aware of it at all. However, he already knew who was coveting the 2 ladies and who wanted to kill him. The oasis in front of him could be seen from afar. However, there was a towering ancient tree that was 1,000 zhang tall outside the oasis. Thousands of heads of cultivators were hanging on the withered branches of the tree. Each of them was at the gold core realm or above. Dozens of them were even at the nascent soul realm. This place was called the Hill of Death. Killing in this place was not a crime. At this place, the purple-robed old man turned around with 3 purple talismans in his hand. His eyes locked onto Ning Fan. His killing intent had already been triggered. "Brat, I'll give you a choice. Hand over your women to me and I'll let you go for the sake of your elders." He shook the purple talismans. Immediately, a vast magical force was released from the 3 zhang talismans. Immediately, the 3 purple talismans turned into 3 rays of extinguishing purple flames and soared in the old man's palm. TSK TSK TSK. It's actually the high-grade intermediate spiritual talisman of the Purple Yuan sect, the Purple Fire Talisman. One of these talismans contains the power to kill an intermediate gold core realm cultivator. With these 3 talismans in hand, I'm afraid that this man and 2 women are in danger. However, this old monster Yao is really cunning. He used the purple talismans to threaten them and used words to deceive them. If that young man believes old monster Yao's words, he'll let you go for the sake of his elders. It's all nonsense. Who cares about whose face in the cultivation grave? The group of gold core realm cultivators revealed a cold smile. Each of them had their own magical treasures in their hands. Once there was an opportunity, they would dare to attack either Ning Fan or old monster Yao. The purpose of the death burial mound's existence was to allow cultivators to kill each other and snatch their treasures. In the end, they would gather enough immortal jade to spend at Pill Cauldron Gate. From their point of view, Ning Fan and the others were naturally no match for old monster Yao. However, after old monster Yao killed them, even if he wasn't injured, his magical force would still be depleted. At that time, old monster Yao might be injured. The gold core realm cultivators had their own thoughts. Only the camel suddenly trembled in fear. It was very afraid, because an ice-cold killing intent was brewing. Ning Fan was going to kill them. This tremble caused the pavilions on the back to tremble. A voice suddenly resounded, causing the camel to stop moving in fear. "If you move, you'll die." The killing intent in this sentence came from Ning Fan's mouth. The aura of this sentence belonged to a nascent soul realm cultivator. The purple-robed old man who was grinning hideously suddenly froze. A sense of impending death crazily formed in his heart. All the gold core realm cultivators who harbored malicious intentions were shocked and they realized that the skinny young man was actually a nascent soul realm cultivator. Not good. Their hearts screamed at the same time. However, they only had the time to realize that something was amiss. No one could escape. Death burial mound, I can kill people and seize their treasures. I like it. With a sweep of his sword sense, dozens of gold core realm cultivators were crushed by the black light. Even the camel's owner was killed. Only the camel endured its fear and didn't dare to tremble. The 2 girls were slightly surprised. They weren't surprised that their master killed people. Instead, they were surprised that their master was not afraid of offending the old monsters of the sects by starting a massacre here. For example, if they killed the purple-robed old man, the sects would probably hunt them down. "Master, that purple-robed old man seems to be an expert from the 10 great sects." The 10 great sects all have spirit-severing realm cultivators. Spirit-severing realm was a very distant term. It was a term that the 2 girls didn't even dare to think about in the past. However, when Ning Fan showed them the stone warrior puppet, they were already shocked once. Now, however, they were calm. "Also, what should we do with this camel? The owner is dead." Yu Ling's bright eyes flashed and asked. "I'll give it to you. Both of you sit on the camel." "Bing Ling, this is the jade slip for spirit-severing realm attacks. I'll give it to the 2 of you to protect yourselves." We'll also stay here to kill people and seize their treasures. Firstly, he could accumulate immortal jades. Secondly, it could deter the descendants of the Danding school. In a stone room in the Pill Cauldron Gate, the old ancestor of the Pill Cauldron Gate, Xiao Wanluo, who had been in seclusion for a long time, was working hard to break through to the peak cultivation realm. It seems like the auction is about to begin. It's about time for me to come out from seclusion. Xiao Wanluo thought to himself. Just as he was about to come out from his seclusion, the sect master of the Pill Cauldron sect hurried towards him with a panic-stricken face. Forefather, this is bad. Someone is in the Hill of Death, killing people and robbing their treasures. It's just a small matter. They can kill whatever they want. After accumulating enough immortal jades, they will still end up in our hands. No, it's different this time. It's an early nascent soul realm old monster blocking the road and killing people. We've already killed thousands of golden cores. Nascent soul. It's easy for him to kill golden core realm cultivators with his cultivation. However, isn't he being too reckless? Killing people in public will offend most of the forces in the outer endless sea. I don't know if it's a gold core realm cultivator. This person has already killed 11 nascent soul realm cultivators. Among them, 3 of them are late stage. What? Could this person be a great cultivator? What's his name? Zhou Ming. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.